Good morning and good afternoon. We are just about to start the second day of our Symposium, third Warsaw Maya meeting. No co?
Staszku, musisz wyłączyć, bo inaczej będzie sprzężenie zwrotne. Okay, so welcome. We would like to welcome you back, and yes, we are still waiting for some guests. Oh, okay. We were waiting for Nikolai.
Yeah, he is with us now.
He's with us now, and well, as we have planned to have a small talk about the from us as organizers, here I would like to have a small presentation. So I would like to have now a short presentation because speaking about our event, I would like to mention that. Okay, I'm sorry we are having small technical problems, so teraz jest widok prezentacji. Sorry. It's always those small technical problems during the Zoom meetings, especially prone to those are the organizers who they have the biggest possibility to have some technical failure. Okay, welcome you back again. And hello Nikolai. Great to see you. And well, we will be chairing this session, but first I will have a small presentation where we would like to speak about what precedes this occurrence of this conference, of this event meeting, and I would like to start that I think there's one important thing at the University of Warsaw, which is the Maya hieroglyphic writing, which is one of the I think which is the firstly one very unique internet cause of the Maya language, of the Maya hieroglyphic writing, and that is also bringing a lot of information. And it is a very nice, very important institution that brings us at University of Warsaw, where for a long time these contacts with the Maya were often left, were maybe not limited, as there were many scholars of Maya, but this is important institution because it actually did brings us important students. The course was created. This course is now being led by Bogusława Tuszyńska, but it was designed by a bunch of people, among them Nikolai Grube, with his co-workers, Christian Sven Gronemeyer, Elisabeth Wagner, and many others from the Polish side. People like Justyna Olko contributed to this course. And what is crucial and what we are seeing right now is that this course, this class of epigraphic writing, is related with the annual workshops, which brings us a perfect occasion to bring us the people to gather us in a reality. It's a real life-based institution, something that was kind of like strange to remember those days. This is why I wanted to bring it. So it's the epigraphy class, the course, relates to those workshops that are organized annually and had been captivating attentions of many people in Poland, many people also from abroad participating in those events. And we are really also, so for us it also meant that every year we had a guest visit of Nikolai Grube, and this was also a great occasion to have his speeches, to bring some of the latest research here to Poland, and to kind of like develop something on a more really have a huge boost to the Maya studies here in Poland, in Warsaw, on an institutional basis. One of the projects that grew up of this is this, of course, the first Warsaw Maya meeting, which was held in 2010, a little bit time ago, which is also related to those May Maya workshops, in which I was like first time participating in the epigraphic workshops and having exposed at that time to the Maya studies at the full. And it was very, very interesting event that, well, tried to bring something new. And also I would like to mention that the organizers and the person behind the organizing the first event was Dr. Jan Szymański, then employee of the institute, one of the first Maya archaeologists here employed. And of course it was held with the help of Professor Żukowski. But also it meant that that Nikolai was coming. And this is the meeting, this is the conference we are actually relating to. And in 2019, we were able to organize the second Warsaw Maya meeting. And here we decided to follow the lines of the previous ones and to use the event that was organized by Janek Szymański, and to join two interesting topics. As I remember, it was Nikolai who suggested that we should take together the topic of epigraphy and archaeoastronomy, and we decided to go and make another meeting, another place in the real life to meet up and to touch all the Maya studies, touch the Maya archaeology, touch it, also to bring some kind of specialist knowledge by a means of organizing workshops, and also so we can capture the attention of the young people, entangle them, expose them to the Maya studies, and I think it was also a very good event with another great meeting with that here, especially that we have had a very specialized theme, and we can have Staszek great lecture. We did actually had been introduced to the means of the. It was a great introduction also to this meeting, because it was also partially based on web-based video conferences with Agnieszka speaking from Texas and some other participants joining in. We also had the meeting in the real life. We had held it in the room, but we had joined together, sit on the table. We had great guests like Ivan Sprice, who was a great speaker and really helped us gather some quiet crowd, which we'll see in later slides. And we will actually, I just said about this before, but this is the first time I encountered this kind of like program. I never heard about it before, called Zoom, because we had organized a speech by Gabriel Weil and Cristina Hernandez by this means, and I was actually then prepared to hold this season of 2020. Well, it was all taking so much captivating, interesting. We were also be able to bring things in tangible, like the journal Mexicon actually sold very well at the time, but we were there meeting here in person. Also, it was not only a conference, but we did organize, with the help of our friends from the Institute of Iberistics, a set of really nice workshops dedicated to the specialized issues of the archaeoastronomy and the role of cultural astronomy in the Maya culture. That were a much more smaller, as you can see, smaller room, not like the conference speeches, which gather, as I say, I will repeat myself, gather actually quite big crowd there, and filled our rooms, impressing our colleagues impressing, and also were occasion to meet and talk with people from to meet all the people here in Warsaw, working on not only with the Maya, but also some portions of Mesoamerica. Well, the workshops were a great occasion to teach some methods and theories about the archaeoastronomy, but we also had social events, and we had really nice time that time. And well, just going to the end, I would also like to thank, because Agnieszka is taking for sure part in our meeting, the other organizers, that I don't know if they were able to connect, because one of them is in Belize and the other one is in Salvador, or no, I think now in Mexico, in Salvador, no, in Mexico, in Yucatan. Sorry, I guess Przemek and Gabriela, who were also very helpful and really helped us to deal with this conference. I would like to say thanks to the co-organizing institutions and to the Center of Andean Studies, Faculty of Archaeology, State Archaeological Museum in Warsaw, where Staszek is based, and also to thank the Ministry of Education and Science, which provided funding for this conference. Secondly, I would like to thank people who are cooperating with us: the Polish Association for Latin American Studies, the Estudios Latinoamericanos, and of course, the European Association of Mayanists. I would also like to thank my colleagues, my co-workers at the Center for Andean Studies, Dominika Szyszkowska and Dagmara Socha, who were very understanding that I'm very busy with some matters here. And, well, I would also thank Michał Jesienowski, who was her student helper and helping with this banner. I will also thank very, very, very much my friend Dominika for designing this beautiful poster. I will also, well, just to briefly mention, thanks the presenters of the previous day and thank in advance the presenters of the today. And also I would like to thank to Mr. Sylwester Kosowski from in the picture, who is organizing and working on the streaming and technical aspects of this event. And after such a long, but I guess also speaking and being a little bit token of gratitude for all the things you've done for us, I would like to say to Nikolai, and well, to actually introduce Nikolai Grube, a very scholar from Bonn, from beautiful town of Bonn in North Rhine-Westphalia, that will present, I think, a presentation that is gonna be amazing, as always, in May in Warsaw, introducing Maya to us. Okay. Well, I think we have still something like 4 minutes. Shall we, Nikolai? I will simply give you the floor so you can start a little bit earlier.
Okay. For this introduction, can you hear me? Yeah, I think everything should be fine. I like languages, and so I do a little small experiment. Dzień dobry I wielkie podziękowania dla organizatorów tej konferencji. Well, this was my attempt in Polish, and then I will start with my presentation. Well, this conference is about the ontological turn and what it means for the anthropology of the Maya. And there are many perspectives one can take. And this conference and the symposium reflects these different points of view. Today, it is my task here to, together with Harri, to represent the epigraphic approach. So we will come from the side of classic Maya writing. And well, let me get to my presentation. Can you see my presentation now, or probably not?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I will go in my presentation mood. Something, well, everything worked so fine. Let me see. You can still see my presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation, but not in the presentation mode. Not yet.
So let me just get out once more and okay.
Now it's in the presentation mode, but in the presenter's view, with the next slide visible too, if you want this to change this.
Well, this is better now, no?
That's perfect.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk about Maya writing. And when we talk about Maya writing, there is hardly any aspect of Maya writing that fascinates outsiders and specialists as much as its extraordinary visual complexity, which you can see here already. One factor that definitely contributes to the impression of an exuberant visual quality of Maya writing is the fact that Maya scribes had many different calligraphic registers at their disposal. This applies in particular to the form of the signs they choose for the creation of a text. Besides abstract signs, scribes had at their disposal signs representing bodies and body parts, but especially faces. Already at the beginning of hieroglyphic research, scholars were amazed to discover that numbers could be written either with bars and dots or with the help of head variants, or signs depicting the heads of the gods who stood for these numbers. In some cities, for example in Copan and Quiriguá, scribes used full-figure hieroglyphs for both the numbers and the periods of the long count. Today, we know that full-figure hieroglyphs and head variants existed not only for numbers and for periods, as we see here, but that entire texts could be animated so that they consisted only of bodies and heads. So far, there are hardly any studies dealing with the fascinating topic of personification of signs in Maya writing. This is certainly due to the enthusiasm for the linguistic dimension of the written texts. In recent years, the focus has been primarily on the linguistic decipherment of signs, the reading of texts, and the content analysis of inscriptions and their historical contextualization. Only recently, other aspects of Maya writing have come into the focus of attention. Stephen Houston, in various publications, has pointed out the pictoriality of Maya writing and compares it to Egyptian hieroglyphs and other hieroglyphic writing systems, like Hittite and Rongo-Rongo, which likewise preserve its pictorial quality over a long period of time. Steve Houston also points out the porosity between image and text in these scripts. Hieroglyphic scripts refer to the world outside the text by including images, and not only through their language code. This distinguishes hieroglyphic scripts from other systems, which Steve Houston calls linear systems. Our passion for the linguistic decipherment and the fact that Maya writing contains syllabograms representing the sound of speech has also made us forget that Maya writing is first and foremost a logographic script, a script based on word signs. All those who study Maya writing know that there are two classes of signs: word signs, logograms, which refer to a particular word, and syllabograms, which do not denote any meaning, but only a combination of consonant and vowels or simple vowels. In Maya writing, logograms represent words by depicting what is meant. Thus, there are logograms for house, jaguar, king, and wound, and so on, and also for several verbs, which are easily recognized as icons of these objects or beings, at least if one is familiar with Maya visual conventions. In terms of number, logograms are clearly predominant in texts. They render nouns and, to a lesser extent, verbs, while adjectives, prepositions, and particles did not have their own logograms due to the non-existent iconic referent. Logograms provide a basic set of words that were important to the scribes of classic Maya. During the pre-classic, texts could be written almost exclusively by means of logograms, with the aid of only a minimal number of syllabograms for the occasional marking of possession or for verbal suffixes. In the classic period, however, scribes became more demanding in terms of the representation of language. In particular, the recording of different verbal forms and more complex grammar was no longer possible with logograms alone. In addition, there were many semantic fields and abstract terms for which no logograms were available. This eventually led to an increase of the syllabic component of the texts. Nevertheless, Maya writing is primarily a logographic script, like Sumerian also. Syllabograms, on the other hand, have no natural connection to the world of objects, since they only represent sounds. Nevertheless, a look at the syllabic grid of Maya writing shows that syllabograms can also have an iconic dimension and can be recognized as being derived from images of objects and beings. The explanation for the iconicity of syllabograms is related to the history of the development of Maya writing. Although the origin of a syllabogram is not yet known, many can be explained as acrophonic derivations. Thus, for example, the syllable chaw, which you see here, is clearly derived from a mandible, which means choch. And this is a rat, which is choch, choch in Maya, and it becomes the syllable chaw. And this is the head of a pocket gopher, bah, and becomes the syllable ba, and so on. In this acrophonic process, words lose a final, usually weak consonant, and thus the relationship to the original meaning. The loss of meaning is often, but not always, accompanied by the complete loss of the original image and a strong abstraction of the sign. And thus we have many signs which seem to be abstract, like the che sign, the b syllable, the bo syllable, which cannot yet easily be explained as derivations from earlier logograms. Logograms, however, have retained their pictoriality throughout the entire period of existence of Maya hieroglyphs. Over 2 millennia of its use, the proportion of logograms in the script has not diminished in favor of a reduction to a much smaller and at first glance more efficient set of syllabograms. That proves that logograms are an essential feature of Maya writing, and that efficiency is not a criterion to talk about Maya hieroglyphic writing. They provide an additional level of communication and understanding to the linguistic level. I will now return to the phenomenon of head variants and animated signs. Stephen Houston, in his book The Life Within, has focused on the impressive and rare full-figure texts. My perspective here is on the personification of signs as a whole. That is, I will here talk about personification in general and also about head variants. As part of our work on the Maya hieroglyphic text database project at the University of Bonn, we are currently transcribing all hieroglyphic texts in order to create a digital text corpus. Within this framework, it was necessary to create a new sign catalog, which, however, builds on the already existing sign catalogs. Fundamental to our new sign catalog is a distinction between sign, the abstract idea of a sign as a carrier of meaning, and graph, their realization in a particular context. Thus, there is a logogram for the word cub, earth, that can be realized as two graphs, as a geometric sign or as a head variant. Likewise, the logogram kin occurs as a geometric sign or as a head variant. In these two cases, it can be seen that head variant and geometric form have no essential elements in common. There is no visual relationship between this form and this monkey glyph, the head variant for kin, for day, which you also see here on lintel 48 from Yashilan in its full figure manifestation. This is the head of the monkey, and this is a, well, this is a full figure form, this is a head variant, but they are clearly different from the abstract form, from the geometric form. So these are not two graphs of the same sign, but these are two different signs. The distinction between sign and graph is also important for the systematic typology of animated signs. Basically, two types of animated signs can be identified in Maya writing: essential animated signs and non-essential animated signs. Essential animated signs are those whose faces and bodies are related to the word or concept or being to which they refer. Logically, these signs can only be logograms, because only logograms refer to words. Essential animated logograms are, for example, the many heads of supernatural beings that appear in the script. The head of the god Kawil here stands for the god Kawil. This is a head that stands for Arkan, the god of alcohol and drunkenness and nightly rituals. This is a logogram for wet, which means to eat. And what you see here is a head. It's a logogram for uk, to drink, and you see a stylized head with a sign for water in its mouth. And this is a logogram for ahin, and you see the head. Now, ahin means alligator, and you see a stylized alligator head. Logograms can also display non-essential personifications. These signs combine a geometric shape with a non-specific head or other body part. In its simplest form, animation reshapes the outline of a sign by adding a nose, a mouth, a forehead, or a wisp of hair. Stephen Houston calls this form of animation generic because they have no clear reference to a particular being other than a face. As an example of this, we see the logogram Kab, or in the second example, the logogram for bean, whose basic shape is a geometric sign. As an animated graph, the sign shows a head profile that contains the inner elements of the geometric sign. The geometric shape and the animated shape are different graphs of the same sign. The non-specific head contributes nothing to the reading, but it does give life to the sign for Earth. Other forms of non-essential animation show a non-specific head with an oversized snout, an equally oversized eye, and a large tongue hanging out of the corner of the mouth. These features are also found in numerous depictions of gods. Linda Sheely and Mary Miller showed as early as 1986 in the Blood of Things catalog that this generic god's head also serves to suggest the presence of supernatural powers and sacred objects. In hieroglyphic writing, we see examples of the personification of the signs for harb here, or for spindle, pet, or wits, mountain. This is the abstract form. This is the personified form. Throne. This is a personified form, and you can see it. The personified form is nothing but the geometric form with an added deity head. The same happens for the logogram for K'ak, fire. And this is the full form of the logogram K'ak, and this is the animate form with the deity head attached to it. The fact that objects in Maya ontology have animacy and agency has long been known. Logograms that refer to things in the world are animated because they refer to an animate world. the generic head of a supernatural was simply attached to a logogram, or the logogram was inserted into such a generic head to indicate that it was filled with life and energy. In this way, even objects that did not have an anthropomorphic or zoomorphic manifestation, such as a simple spindle whorl or a throne, could be given life as a sign. The animation of syllabograms is more complex because they do not entertain such a link with the things and beings of the world. And yet, if we take another look at the syllabary, we see that many syllables have the form of heads and humans, supernaturals and animals. The presence of anthropomorphic or zoomorphic syllabograms is a result of a historical process, as I have shown before. These head signs are here because all of these signs at some point in the development of my writing have been logograms or have been derived from words representing these animals. This is, for example, a syllable which represents a bird of prey, which in Maya is I, like in the place name Sac-I, Gavilan Blanco. The same I bird represents the vowel sign I. However, Maya scribes went one step further by also endowing syllabograms with non-essential heads, and thus filling them with life force. Thus the vowel sign I, all the syllables ba, ci, ta, lu, or ma, or chi, ho, I, etc. They were given a nose, a mouth, and sometimes eyes, and almost always an elegant forelock. It was enough to put this face as a facade on the left side of the sign to animate it. Quite obviously, no existential connection can exist between the phoneme combination of a syllabogram and a certain animate being. However, this very arbitrariness shows that the Maya scribes considered writing itself to be a medium in which life force was contained, and in which even the materializations of speech sounds held life force. Animated syllabograms thus make it clear that Maya writing not only refers to the language level, but also work on a different level of communication. This becomes especially clear if one looks at the contexts in which animated signs are common. For reasons of time, I will limit this presentation only to 3 examples. As the first example, I show you Stela 46 from Naranjo, which was found only a few years ago. The scribe of the stela uses animated signs quite sparingly. When you look through the columns of text here, yes, of course there are head variants, there are heads of animals. Well, they have to be here because these are logograms for which there is no alternative. These are essential logograms which represent the animal or the concept for which they stand. But still, the number of head variants in this text is quite limited, and there are no non-essential logograms. However, the hieroglyph ukabhi, which freely translates as by his action or by his agency, this hieroglyph here, appears 4 times in the animated form in the text, not in the simple form, which is lacking the head. You see in the 4 cases where it appears in this text, it is in its animate form. This hieroglyph introduces the name of the author of an action. The personification of this logogram in this text lends particular weight to the idea of agency. Animated signs already appear in the early Classic period, but they are more common in the late Classic. One genre in which animate signs are particularly prevalent is in dedication texts for objects or buildings. An example can be the throne of structure 9N82 from Copan, which stood in the house of the scribe in the Sepulturas group. The entire throne text is written with full figure hieroglyphs. I'm only going to show here a short section in order to analyze it. Here the verb udabse, or he lifts it, is written in such a way that the actual verb is a personified logogram. Now, this is the verb udabse. He lifts it. Yokol. He lifts it over and then follow the names and titles of a person who might be buried beneath the bench. This is one of the ideas which Mark Zender publishes or has suggested for the interpretation of this passage. But what you can see here is that the verb root tab is personified, but also the causative suffix, a grammatical suffix, which is written here with a syllable, the syllable se. This suffix is also personified. Even more present are animated syllabograms in dedication texts on ceramics. Okay. These texts run as a band around the upper rim of a vessel, opening of the vessel rim, and are largely standardized, as Michael Coe already showed in 1973. I will show you this example here. Here we see a rollout of the design on a cylindrical vessel with a fascinating mythological scene. The dedication formula above consists of 14 glyph blocks, 11 of which are heads. We can see that the syllables yi, chi, and si have been animated quite simply by inserting them into the generic face. The dedication formula is in stark contrast with the hieroglyphic captions below it. You see the dedication texts here, and it's full of heads, and in comparison with the rest of the text, you see that it's almost like a different font, a different form of writing. This confirms that the animation of the dedication text was an important concern for the scribe. In fact, the use of head variants is a common feature of dedication texts on almost all ceramics. By animating the signs, dedication texts were endowed with agency. The signs are not only reproductions of language, they also act, they live and work. And this is also the intention of a dedication formula. The application of a dedication formula to a ceramic object is what makes it a sacred object in the first place. The animated script is a transformative medium. It is as if the vessel were covered with living beings. I have referred in my presentation today mainly to the presence of head variants. In fact, however, there are many more signs which a knowledgeable reader can trace back to the presence of living beings. My hieroglyphic inscriptions are full of hands, feet, and body parts. Even seemingly abstract or geometric signs turn out to be pars pro toto icons of heads and bodies. And so even if we don't see a complete head, the presence of a feather of a bird signals that there was a bird. The headband of Itzamnach indicates the word Itzam, or is a sign for the presence of Itzamna. This sign is the short form of the syllabogram ha. And the syllable ni is a pars pro toto of the full form of the ni head, which has a quite ugly origin. The syllable has quite an ugly origin because it represents the hair which is growing out of the nose of a person. So even here we can see that this is a form of the U sign. It's a full form of a shark. The shark stands for U, which means, well, it has no meaning. It's just the vowel U. And instead of using the entire fish in the script, the scribe could also just represent the fish head, or a very reduced form of the shark head, or in its most abstract form, this would also be the U sign, which is derived from the teeth of the shark head. So even when we see this sign in the script, we don't have a head variant here, but it's still an indication that animation, that the shark is present, that animation takes place. As a result, texts became stages in which supernatural actors appeared and could be experienced sensually. Divine actors, and this includes objects endowed with life force and calendar periods, populate the text and interact with each other. That syllabograms were also personified in Maya writing shows that writing itself and individual syllabic sounds were endowed with vitality and with agency. Thus, the study of the use and distribution of personified signs helps us to understand the relation between image, animacy, and agency in Maya hieroglyphic writing. Thank you very much for your attention. I will stop this here.
Thank you very much. We are inviting now the participants to make questions. The first one is Agnieszka.
Well, I was actually applauding, but I'd be happy to ask a question. Yeah, you showed, for example, the last example, the U, variants of U.
Yes.
And the first one, like full figure shark. Do you find any source language, any source word that could kind of designate the syllabogram U? Because shark is shock, right? So
yes, excellent question. I think that in the moment we have no good explanation for why the shark represents the sound U. There is no connection. We have no linguistic explanation. Maybe there is another language involved, but currently we are not that enthusiastic anymore for the idea that Maya writing contains a lot of, let's say, Michesocian loan words. Well, loan words, yes, but that Maya writing was developed in a Michesocian context. All we know about Maya writing at the moment is that it developed in a Maya-speaking context. And we can explain most syllables through Mayan languages, through Proto-Cholan Tseltalan. I know that Harri has worked a lot with the origin of syllabic signs, and he can probably say more about this issue. but we have quite a lot of signs which we cannot yet explain well and relate to the phonetic value, or the icon and the phonetic value do not coincide.
So maybe another species of shark that is no longer there.
It could be another species, it could be a lost word. We have to keep in mind that the elite language which was spoken has been lost to a large degree. It was a very esoteric, highly developed lingua franca, very conservative, which preserved many ancient words, which probably already in the 3rd and 4th and 5th century AD were not part of the spoken language anymore. They were just survivors, let's say, of very early stages of Cholan and probably Cholan Seltalan, and maybe we think that a lot of this vocabulary has been lost.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to read a question from Daniel Grania-Berens. Could you please let the audience know that the expression Ubahil an, which I addressed yesterday, mostly is expressed by the pocket gopher head, the animated form for Bach, instead of the syllabic Bach in addition to what Nikolai outlined today.
Yes, it's true. It's a pocket gopher. The pocket gopher head for Bach is a case of, it's actually a logographic sign which in the late classic period becomes is being used as a syllable, and but it started out as a logogram for Bach, which means head.
Any more questions? Please raise your hand. It's from the character known Sim. Sim, you have the floor.
Thanks very much. Professor Grube, I was just wondering if, are there Maya inscriptions where the cho, or the Bach are actually used to write the word gopher, like, you know, I ate a gopher or I saw a rat, rather than ever just...
Yes. Yeah, great commentary. And yes, there are. But since the syllable cho has lost its final consonant, or Bach has lost its final consonant, Maya scribes are aware that they had to add, that it has become a syllable sign, and they add another syllable. In the case of the pocket gopher, they usually add a small he syllable to it, to reintroduce this, the lost consonant which was present originally.
But it actually does represent the actual animal itself,
yeah.
not not a head or a young person.
Exactly. Any more questions?
Alejandro Garay, please.
Hola, Nikolai. Hello, Nikolai. Thank you for the presentation. Just a short question. Do you have any ideas on why we have the Google eyes or the Tlaloc eyes for chalk as a possible logogram? Thanks.
Well, thank you, Alejandro. The Tlaloc eyes for Chok are another problematic logogram. The relationship between the goggle eyes and the Tlaloc face to the word Chok is obvious. And the Tlaloc eyes and the entire Tlaloc head in my writing stands for this word Chok, which means young or young boy, young lord. It is possible that, well, Tlaloc is not the original word for this Mexican god, because as you all know, the Tlaloc imagery traces back all the way to Teotihuacan and probably even earlier. And we don't know the ancient name for Tlaloc in the Teotihuacan language. Therefore, it's possible that the Maya word Chok somehow is a translation of the Teotihuacan counterpart, which is unknown to us.
Okay.
Alejandro?
Zakciukował, jest okay.
Okay. Anybody more? Okay, thank you very much, Nikolai, for your exciting presentation, opening new fields of research for us, for all of us. And I would like now to invite Harri Kettunen, who will present a paper on very strange title on the nature of existence and the existence of nature in the Mundo Maya. Harri, you have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation. So thanks to Stanisław Iwaniszewski, Agnieszka Hamann, Michał Kilewski, Gabriela Zicki, and Przemysław Czesniowski. My talk today is centered on the concept of nature and its presence and absence in Mayan languages. I will first lay out the data and then discuss more conceptual ramifications in the line of the theme of ontology of this conference. And also for comparative purposes, I will discuss the concept of nature in other cultures and other languages, especially European linguistic landscape. And I will also shortly discuss the personification and gender of nature, and for that reason also pay a visit to both North America and South America in the Andes. The title of the talk, as written in the abstract, invokes Lucretius' poem, De Rerum Natura, and also McTaggart's The Nature of Existence. The cover image, on the other hand, is by John Tenniel from 1865, and it conjures up Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, and functions here as a symbol of alternate worlds or ontologies. The idea for this talk came to me during this spring and during a review process of a co-authored paper that I've written together with Antonio Cushil, titled Indigenous People, National Parks and Biodiversity in the Maya Region. And anonymous reviewer and the editors of this volume asked us if we can expand on the term nature in Mayan languages in this chapter. And I asked the editors, you mean all the 30 Mayan languages? Because the idea was to write the footnote for the chapter. So I ended up writing a 6,000 word footnote, and for some reason they were unhappy and they only wanted 160 words. So this means that you will now hear the rest of the 6,000. Cutting down these notes somehow reminds me of the scene in the movie Amadeus, where the holy Roman Emperor Joseph II of Austria tells Mozart that there are too many notes in his latest Singspiel, die Entführung aus dem Serail, or the abduction from the Seraglio. This also reminds me of the story that Alan Christensen told us the day before yesterday in his wonderful workshop, that the first potential publishers of his translation of the Popol Vuh told him that there were too many footnotes in his book and that he should cut half of them. Alan didn't tell us if he replied, like here on the last line, which few did you have in mind, as in the movie. But of course, luckily for us, Alan changed the publisher, and now we can fully enjoy all the important notes and commentary by Alan, as Michał mentioned yesterday in the symposium. Let's take a look at the linguistics of nature in the Maya area. And as in many indigenous languages around the world, in Mayan languages, there are no traditional words for nature. And this probably stems from the fact that the division between human beings and the environment we live in isn't or hasn't been as separated as it is in the modern world or so-called modernity. Although there are no traditional words for nature in Mayan languages, some of the Mayan languages use descriptive terms or neologisms that are often translated as nature in dictionaries. For example, Quiche Uwach Uleu, or face of the earth for nature, or Hakaltek Shchoch Al-Kinal for biotope. And other languages also operate with dichotomies like town versus forest or wilderness, as in Yucatec, Kah versus Kash. Let's take a closer look at different Mayan languages and what kind of terminology is used in describing the physical world we live in. First of all, in Mayan languages, there are a number of terms for earth. One of them, Kab, can be reconstructed all the way back to Proto-Mayan, although the term itself is restricted today to Yucatecan languages as a reference to earth. And in other languages, it has either gone through a semantic shift, or it only appears in restricted compounds, like in Tzotzil Chob for milpa, and various terms for earthquake in different Mayan languages. Another term for earth or land that is common in lowland Mayan languages, along with Chuj and Tojolabal, is Lum or Lu'um. What makes this interesting in Tzeltal is that the term refers also to town And we also have like a mukulum or big lum, meaning city. In Eastern Mayan languages, and also the languages in the Huehuetenango diffusion zone have terms for earth that derive from Eastern Mayan choch, while Pocomam and Pocomchi have akal for earth. Both are also used in the compound terms, as we will see shortly. And yet another term, uleu, appears in Quichean languages and also forms part of the concept of face of the earth. So here are some of the examples of the concept face of the earth in Mayan languages. It can be translated in numerous ways depending on the language and depending on the context. We have soil, earth, world, and sometimes even a universe, as we will see shortly. This is also glossed as nature in the Quiche dictionary of neologisms, and this is something that I will discuss a little bit later. And here are some examples from Greater Quichean languages and Mamean languages. And then we move on to Central Mayan languages. It's interesting here that the, there we go, that in Yucatecan languages, if you look at the bottom part here, we do have a similar concept as in mostly Eastern Mayan languages, but it doesn't incorporate the term face. We also have in Greater Tzeltalan languages, for example, Chorti using the term ut, which means anything from face and eye to surface or visible part and appearance. While Balumil and, for example, in Tzotzil and Tzeltal seems to incorporate the term bah that Nikolai also mentioned. And that can be interestingly etymologized all the way back to Proto-Mayan bah for head and top. So there's something pan-Mayan going on here with the idea of head and face, top and surface. Also, as Alan discussed in his workshop, Popol Vuh uses merismus, where two terms or two concepts form a new concept. These include, according to Alan's translation, sky and earth as creation as a whole, mountain and valley as the face of the earth as a whole, and deer and birds as wild animals versus dogs and turkeys as domesticated animals. And the last two pairs seems to reflect the opposition of wilderness and human habitation. As I mentioned earlier, the Quiche term uwachuleu is translated also as nature in the Quiche dictionary of neologisms. In a similar way, Sipakapa has Rwachuleu for ecosystem and nature. And Quiche has also terms for flora and fauna that incorporate the term. And Hakaltek has constructed terms for biotope and biosphere. Obviously, all of these are quite new and constructed terms. Besides these, we have also terms for larger concepts, including Achi, Kahuleu, and Pocomchi, Tashach Akal for world or even universe. And these are interestingly reminiscent of my mother tongue Finnish, where we have maailma, ma being earth and ilma being air. So earth, air for world or universe. Besides the terms that I already mentioned, Mayan languages make a difference between inhabited areas and the wilderness. These include terms that I discussed already earlier, Yucatecan Kash versus Kah, and similar contrasts that are found in other Mayan languages. Of interest here is the last one, Chorti Kopot, for wild or something or someone of the forest. And there's a chance that this term appears also in the terminal classic Randall Stila of Saktsi. As Nikolai mentioned at the beginning of his talk, he and I represent the epigraphic part of this conference, so I had to squeeze in some glyphs here. I didn't have this, Nikolai, but I had to insert them during your talk because you mentioned that we represent the epigraphy part. So thanks for that. On this monument, there's a reference to a person possibly read as Kobot, with the B instead of P in Chorti. And it's quite possible that this Kobot, if identified correctly, is related to the Chorti term, which would make this person he of green forest or something on those lines. The other interesting part of this text is the longest animal name of a person anywhere in the Maya area. Bahlam Chich Uyuh Kuk Mash, or jaguar deer, Kingaju Quetzal, spider monkey. I think it was Mark Sender who first proposed to just name this person Zoo instead of that long name string. But let's go back to the modern languages. As Alan Christensen noted in his workshop earlier this week, there's a distinction between wild and cultivated space in Quiché and other Mayan languages as well. The same goes with wild and domesticated animals. And in Tzotzil, as in many other Mayan languages, Chich used to mean deer. Now it means lamb or sheep in Tzotzil, while deer is the Chich of the forest. The same goes with peccary and tapir in many other Mayan languages. We also have this pattern in the Popol Vuh, where the Kech is deer, but today it is horse, and you have Masat from Masat, a Nawa loan word for deer. And Ak used to mean turkey, and now Ak or Tich Ak is chicken. So these are typical semantic shifts in other Mayan languages, along with many other languages all around the world. The Mayan terms also reflect a more general Mesoamerican idea of wilderness. And it is natural, pun intended, that the semantics of nature-related terminology are geographically motivated, as in the foresty areas versus arid areas of Mesoamerica and beyond. But I think for the interest of time, we are going to move on from Mesoamerican and take a look at European linguistic landscape for comparative purposes and see the languages that most of us in the audience speak as a mother tongue. We can observe that the term nature is quite young in all European languages by its current meaning. We can also see that just like in Mesoamerica, unrelated languages in Europe have similar ideas of these concepts, as we will see shortly, both Indo-European and Uralic. Some of these are based on lexical borrowings. Some are attributed to linguistic areas like Sprachbunds and diffusion areas, and some are common to human thinking and concepts of the surrounding environment. Evidently, each individual has a different relationship with nature, and I think this is best demonstrated in the line, "This is not natural," in Irvine Welsh's Train Spotting, with a reference to outdoors in the Scottish nature. Obviously, culture and society, of course, affect how we perceive the world around us. The semantic field of the word nature is now quite certainly different from what it used to be before the modern era and urbanization in Europe and elsewhere. Also, the dual meaning of environmental nature and human nature or human character is still there in many European languages, but not in many non-Indo-European languages, which is interesting. Again, for the interest of time, I'm not going to spend a lot of time with these etymologies of nature-related terms in European languages, except that it's interesting that there seems to be a common idea of nature being related to something that was born, as in the word nature itself, both in Latin and many other languages, all the way from Proto-Indo-European verb to be born. So nature as a word has that connection. And also in the same way, Proto-Balto-Slavic term means etymologically to give birth or to create. And Lithuanian gamta, again from to come out into the world or to be born. In a similar way, Uralic languages have terms for nature that are semantically associated with the neighboring Indo-European languages. Finnish luonto, for example, comes from the verb luoda, which means to create, and of course, to shovel snow as well. Interestingly, the Finnish term ympäristö, or environment in English, is derived from a Proto-Germanic term that goes all the way to Proto-Indo-European. Proto-Indo-European term meaning around or on both sides, and ultimately to the term in Proto-Indo-European term face. So there are some concepts that seem to be common to human species around the world. Something that we can maybe discuss at the end of today when we talk about ontologies and making the other more different than it is, or trying to find out common nominalities between peoples around the world. Let's now take a look at the personification and gender of nature. As you know, nature is personified in many cultures around the world, and concepts like Mother Earth or Mother Nature are quite widespread globally. Interestingly, many artistic representations of Mother Earth predate writing systems and attested linguistic terms. So it's not always easy to connect later cultural phenomena to earlier manifestations of material culture. Also, while there are male earth gods and female sky gods, the idea of nature being feminine in general is quite widespread around the world. One of the well-known indigenous American manifestations of Mother Earth is the Quechua Pachamama, and others include the widespread native North American concepts of Mother Earth. The quote here from Jostad and colleagues is quite interesting. Mother Earth is she, the rivers are her blood, and we come from her womb of creation. Although I'm sure that the fundamental concept exists, it is worth noting here that none of the indigenous languages of the peoples interviewed in this publication have gender pronouns. Consequently, I'm wondering if the interviews were carried out in English instead. It is not mentioned here, but kind of harkens back to what Alan was saying, that it's important to speak the language in order to know what the culture is all about. But here, obviously, it doesn't mean that the underlying concept of Mother Nature would not be present in the language, culture, and worldview of these groups. And finally, let's take a visit to the Andes, as seems to be one of the topics of this conference, to move from Mesoamerica to the Amazon. So we'll take a little tour to the Andes and look at some of the artistic representations of Pachamama. Pachamama has been connected with the Virgin Mary in the Andes since the Spanish conquest. The mountain itself represents Cerro Rico, the main source of silver in the Spanish Empire, and also the largest single source of silver in the history of mankind still today. The painting that we have here shows the Virgin Mary merged with a mountain, exhibiting adits or entrances to the mines, trees, llamas, and indigenous people. And it is surrounded by dignitaries and religious icons, and flanked by the sun and the moon. The connection to the indigenous past of the area is quite clear, but the symbolism here is almost entirely imported. According to Juan van Kessel, both Pachamama and the Virgin Mary give and take care of life, watch over the fertility of the cattle, the crops, and the farm, and secure the rains and the next agricultural cycle. In return, both ask for payments in the form of offerings, flowers, fruits, and seeds. However, as Veronica Sales-Ries observes, Pachamama cannot be fully merged with the Virgin Mary, as Pachamama is not virginal, chaste, or pure. And also, as Caroline Dean points out, while the earth or Pachamama is conceptually feminine, many distinct parts of the earth, such as stones, outcrops, and mountains, are often masculine. Commonly also, the Wanka, or rocks that were perceived as petrified owners or of places, were related to masculine issues associated with things like flood and drought and warfare. The relationship between people and Pachamama in the Andes was that of reciprocity. As Miriam Tola has pointed out, and I quote, "When treated with respect, the earth could respond with abundant harvests. Failure to pay proper attention to Pachamama, however, could lead to arid soils, illnesses, and even death. Consequently, although capable of generating life, the pre-Hispanic Pachamama could hardly be described as a benevolent, all-giving mother," unquote. In effect, the association of Pachamama and the Virgin Mary is a good example of European and indigenous surface level syncretism, where the entities are not entirely fused, but instead coexisting and complementary, or even contradictory. Consequently, the nature of the relationship should be maybe labeled as pericretic, to coin a term, rather than syncretic, meaning around or near rather than together. And finally, to elaborate the relationship and circumstances further, Lynette Yetter points out that the Spanish male conquerors were blind to the Andean motives of the preservation of their own cultural ideologies. So consequently, to paraphrase Miriam Tola, in Western modernity, the relationship between nature and society has been based on a rigid opposition in which the earth is a feminized setting for human endeavors, whereas in the Andean ontology, the relationship is complementary and fluid. So in effect, Pachamama as a concept is closer to the force than to the Virgin Mary. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. Dziękuję. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your last citation of the Obi-Wan Kenobi as well. And I open from Nikolai. It was repairing.
Your great presentation, Harri.
Likewise.
Thank you. Well, I would like to come back to what to the last part of your presentation, where you talk about the gender of Earth, and well, I know that today many Maya contemporary Maya cultural activists talk about Mother Nature, but this is something more recent because it's part of this Abya Yala pan-indigenous movement. But I don't think we have any evidence for Maya, for any gender of Earth in regard to the Maya. They don't refer to the Earth either as male or as female, at least not during the classic period. And I wonder whether we can find something like an earth god at all among the Maya, or an earth goddess, because most supernatural seem to be very specific to something which is there, which is local, which you can see. If they would have a personification of Earth or an Earth goddess or whatever, it would be a local Earth goddess. These concepts are always very, very specific and localized. So if the Maya would have an idea of nature, I think it would be very specific to the particular place where they are living. But coming back the question is really, do we have any iconographic evidence or hieroglyphic evidence for the gender of Earth in the classic period?
Not that I know of, and I would be surprised that we would find something like that. And you're right saying that of course, there's a lot of European influence in all of the Americas and globally as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this has to be filtered through European ideology. What is also interesting about the idea of nature, like you said, being a specific place, and we've been for the past few days hearing a lot about making comparisons to Amazonia. I'm also wondering about urban areas in Mesoamerica. How urban was Maya culture in the classic times? Surely Tenochtitlan was urban. And a lot of this urban idea of town or city versus nature that we have in European ideology, I'm wondering if any of that was present in more urbanized societies in the Americas. That's why I would be careful also not to make comparisons without thinking about the specific surroundings, cultural surroundings, and geographic surroundings of Mesoamerican cultures versus South American cultures. I think Alan had his hand up at some point, so.
Oh, I did, and thank you, Harri. I mean, you've blown my mind and opened new worlds to me when you were talking about the idea of Huachuleo as referring to environment or nature. I had never thought of that in those terms, and of course, it's obvious when you think of the fact that Huach is not face. It's usually translated as the face of the earth, but it's not face. It's the essential being. So when you're saying the essential being of the earth, I mean, that, of course, that's nature. That's amazing. And it opens so many different ideas about whenever they use Huach, the face of the mountain, Huach Huyu. It's not really talking about the surface of the mountain. It's talking about the essential being of the mountain. That's amazing. Thank you so much. The other thing is, of course, Maya languages are not gendered with Nikolai's idea about whether nature is female or male. The very act of sowing maize, the milpa in the maize field, that's, of course, the planting, the sticking of the stick into the ground and placing the seed. That's a male act into a female earth. And they usually refer to the earth as being a female womb, place of regeneration. So although linguistically it's not identified as female, the idea is obviously female. It's the life bearer.
Thank you, Alan. It's interesting when you consider some of the highland, especially highland words that are usually considered to be neologisms. In a linguistic terms, they kind of are, but they are indigenous neologisms. So they are not, first of all, they are not loan words. But I'm wondering, like with new ideas like biosphere and biotope, we need, of course, new terms. The other possibility would be to take a Spanish loanword. But as you know, a lot of languages especially in Guatemalan highlands, are trying to get rid of Spanish loanwords. My first reaction to some of this terminology was it's kind of weird building something that didn't exist, only to understand that my own native tongue, Finnish, operates like that. There are a lot of words, especially since 16th century, that were just created from nothing. And today they are just normal vocabulary that most people who speak Finnish don't even think that they are not from Proto-Finnic or Uralic, but they are less than, in most cases, less than 500 or 400 years old. And in the case of Guatemalan highlands and the languages over there, we are talking about decades. And it will be interesting to see, well, we won't be there, but it will be interesting 500 years from now to see whether these words are incorporated in the languages so that nobody thinks that they are new words or constructed terms. Thanks, Alan.
May I cite a commentary sent by Monica Banach? I think that whenever we say that a particular term in Maya languages is nature, it is still not nature. Nature is what we in the West consider as such.
Yeah, thank you, Monica. I agree and disagree at the same time. So obviously, the concept of nature as we have it in the Western thought and languages is definitely not the same as with the indigenous peoples. But I'm still wondering about especially the dichotomy of town versus wilderness. That seems to exist in all societies and languages in the Maya area and Mesoamerica. So how do we tackle that? And I think this is something that we can discuss at the end of the day also, if this is something, these ontologies, because nature seems to be one great part of that, whether we are part of it or whether it's separate from us. And as we have seen already in the workshops and in some of the talks, there seems to be no great distinction between the two in most indigenous societies. Sim.
Oh, thanks, Harry. I was just thinking, certainly I feel that the distinction between nature and human society or something, or even urban and nature, might be something that's very specific to particular cultures, Western culture, for example. But the difference between agriculture and non-agriculture, like the milpa itself, that would be almost universally human, because as soon as they start not being hunter-gatherers or something, and they actually settle down and clear fields, then those clear fields, nature will encroach on it. If they don't do things, weeds will grow. If they don't pull out the weeds, all of those stuff. So across the whole world, perhaps you could have a much more uniform distinction because it's fundamentally like that. Just a thought.
Yes, you're quite right. Absolutely. Agnieszka had a hand up as well.
Yeah, I've got a comment and a question. So my comment is about this discussion about vocabulary. Generally, vocabulary appears when it's necessary, when our environment, our material culture requires a new word, we create it. And there are two choices. Either we find out a completely new set of sounds to call it, or we reuse an old word in a new context. No other choice. There are just two choices. A completely new one, or a semantic extension. And then some objects disappear from our culture, from our environment, and then the words disappear very often. I remember being in this kind of folklore museum. That there was a hut, a house rebuilt totally from scratch, full of objects that used to have names because they were used by someone. Now I stood there in the middle and I just didn't know what the objects were. And of course I didn't know the names. I don't need them. And my question is about like a piece of terminology you used. You chose to use the word merismus, the Latin one, kind of instead of the usually used in Maya studies diphrastic kenning or diphrasismo. Any particular reason why you chose this term over the other, or it's just like pure? Well, you like this one, not the other one, like.
Yeah, good question. And I kind of saw this coming because I had a choice of a lot of different terms for that, and I chose that for no particular reason. When I was thinking about in the Popol Vuh how they operate, and Alan might be able to contribute here as well. Merismus kind of fit that better than any other description of the linguistic terminology. So that was the reason for choosing that one.
Yeah, and I'm asking because I was never so happy with the term diffrastic kenning, which for me was kind of, well, diffrastic is okay, but why kenning? Like this part doesn't really fit the terminology. So yeah, like I like merismus too.
And diffrastic kennings might not be exactly what we have in the Popol Vuh. That's the other thing. Alan might be able to maybe tell better how they work, but diffrasismos, having two words that give you the third concept, this is of course something that is embedded in the concepts in the Quiche pairs, but we probably would need to have a term in Quiche to say or somehow project what that concept is. But then we run into the problem that we discussed already in the workshops, that if we invent a new term for everything, we are in trouble. So some kind of a halfway, like Alan was saying, that using the word aki for that specific ritual person who's taking care of something in those circumstances is the best term for it, instead of shaman or something like that. So I'm wondering if something similar is going on with in linguistics.
Yeah, it's kind of very very similar, right? Because if we use the word shaman, it's culturally loaded, and it's culturally loaded in a lot of cultures and in a lot of fields of knowledge, our Western knowledge. Yeah. So it's not really perfect. And the same problem I've got with the word kenning, which for me goes with Germanic languages and I don't know, alliteration and this part of language.
And there are some scholars of Siberian cultures and shamanism who say that the word shaman should not be used outside of Siberia at all.
That's also a reason not to use it otherwise. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Stanislav and Michał, I think we are already on the break time, if I understood correctly, but it's up to you how to continue from here. At least I don't see any other questions. Alan has a comment, question.
Not so much a comment. I think you're very right. I think we should be using Maya terms for Maya concepts. And I usually use merismus, but I think the concept is the idea of twins. So when you use a paired couplet that describes a whole, different halves of a whole, you're basically saying yosh or quach, which are the Quiche terms for twins. This is why Hunaku and Ishpalanque are complementary opposites that give a whole concept. And I think the same idea would be the pairing of mountain valley for earth or Kahuleo for all creation. I think it's the idea of twinning. So yosh would be a perfect term for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Agnieszka, did you have another one?
Well, if Michał and Stanisław are letting us talk, let's talk. Yeah, like my kind of my doubt here, like I'm totally for using Native American terms, indigenous terms, because then we've got the precision. We've got a term, we give it a definition, and we've got full precision. One doubt I've got with this is pronunciation, which Alan mentioned in his workshop, right? That it's some of those words have sounds which will be unpronounceable outside of the Maya area. And this is what we need for sure to simplify, like with the word computer, computadora in Spanish, computer in Polish, right? So the same word is reused in a lot of languages, but there is this phonetic assimilation to all languages that use it. And this is what we need to do with the Maya terms.
You raised a good point there, and I cannot escape bringing my mother tongue at play again, because in Finnish, computer is tietokone.
Well, that's the other.
Tieto means knowledge, and
Nador
is machine, so it's knowledge machine. But it's not only that, because tieto etymologically goes back to tie, which means road. Shaman in Finnish is tietäjä, the one who knows the road. So tietokone, not many people think about it, of course, except for people who think of etymologies, but has all that semantic sphere around it that the computer, for example, doesn't.
That's the other mechanism we can use to create a new word, like ordenador in Spanish also functions, right? Along the computadora, right? But then in case of Maya languages, we will have to stick to those more descriptive terms, like mother, father, right? Sky, earth. That would be the way to put those Mayan terms into another language.
I think the only problem is, like we discussed already in the workshops, if we have thousands of these, it's not easy to discuss, let's say, between scholars from Amazonia and Mesoamerica. So that might be the problem.
Anyway, we will have to write definitions of each of them and make sure we talk about the same thing.
Alonso has a comment question. If Michał and Stanislaw.
Dear Alonso and Harri, and
Yes.
well, I'm sorry, we'll politely ask you to take this to the general discussion.
Absolutely.
And yes, Harri, thank you very much for doing the presentation, because, well, speaking about those body, you embody the way the organization that sees a lot of cooperation with Poland, with you know, that also is very important to bring in it. And thank you for your. I am always thankful for your presentation, because they bring humor, bring my interest. They're very passionate, and they are very inspiring. So thank you very much. And okay, let's have a break.
Thank you. Oh, one last question, Michał and Agnieszka. Why is nature not coming from Slavic languages, Proto-Slavic, into Polish? Why do you use a loan word? Do you know?
Oh, we use so many of them. I guess you've got the answer.
Me?
Well, you're asking because you've got the answer. My
No,
guess
I'm
is.
asking you as a native speaker.
Sorry, as a native speaker, I know very little about my language.
Okay.
Michał, Stanisław?
Let's go for the general discussion, as we have to have a small break. Only, you know, just have a little bit of break. Okay. So see you after the break, and let's do it.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. We are just about to start the afternoon session number 2. Our first speaker will be Lisa Lucero. She will present a paper on the ancient Maya cosmocentric worldview and longevity. She is a professor at the University of Illinois at Urbana. You have the floor, Lisa. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Can you see it? Can you see the screen?
Yes, the same.
Oh,
Yes,
great. Excellent. Well, first off, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to this fascinating session. It's been really fascinating, especially to listen to topics regarding language, because as an archaeologist, that's one thing we cannot excavate our languages other than the inscription. So this has been fascinating, and it's particularly relevant for what I will be talking about today, which is ancient Maya cosmocentric worldview and longevity and how it's relevant for today. And I do have permission to use this photo, but let's see. So there are over 7 million Maya living today, speaking to their sustainable way of life as farmers, for over 4,000 years. And they've done it without destroying their landscape. And I argue that that's because of their worldview that guided their daily existence and engagement with the non-human world. And again, listening to the talks regarding the language, this really coalesces well with what I'm going to be talking about today. And so what I will focus is on the type of engagement. So I'll first define what a cosmocentric worldview is and how it relates to the Maya, just very briefly. And then I get to how this worldview is expressed on a daily basis, through the archaeological record, ethnography, inscriptions, etc. Oops. Okay, so the cosmocentric worldview, and this is a term I've taken from Descolas' book and his writings, but I've taken it to a different perspective because I wanted to focus specifically on the Maya. So basically, the cosmocentric worldview situates objects, humans, animals, land, water, everything in an analogistic manner, an animated manner, where each plays a role in maintaining their place in the world and thus the world itself. So everyone has a role. They're not equal. There is a hierarchy. There's just, inequalities kind of thing, but everyone plays a role. And the Maya engagement with the world acknowledges or recognizes the role of other entities in this maintenance of the world. And this is basically the extreme opposite of our anthropocentric worldview, our Western Cartesian dichotomous and linear worldview that attempts to keep nature out, to purposely separate us versus them, and thus we try to control it. So I argue that the Maya were one with world rather than one with nature. And this relationship required acknowledgement and engagement via ceremonies and other types of interaction. Okay, I'm going to try to get rid of this bar. Okay, so a Maya cosmocentric worldview, as Harri just mentioned, that there's no term for nature per se, but neither is there one for religion. There are terms or phrases that express how to live. So it's not just something people do on Saturday or Sunday or one day a week or at night before you go to bed, this kind of thing. There's no term for religion because it's just part of their daily existence. It just is. So the closest interpretations, again, take into account that our language, English and other Western languages, don't have the terminology to reflect a lot of the things going on. I mean, I remember one of the many footnotes in Alan Christensen's Popol Vuh, which I really love, by the way, is that he translated one term, and I don't remember which, to deification, because there wasn't a term we don't have the vocabulary to convey some of these kinds of things. So basically all of the English terms and words I use in this, all basically have quotes around them because of that. And also my language are ergative. There's a plurality of subjects. So instead there's a de-emphasis on I, and instead there's an emphasis on we, which includes clouds, plants, rivers, mountains, etc. And I love the way Astor Aguilera sums this up. Quote, Native Americans often refer to the sun, mountains, clouds, rain, and so forth in kin terms. And you find this throughout not only the Americas, but other cultures throughout the world and through space and time that have had these more inclusive worldviews. And also, the Maya didn't have a linear concept of time. It was circular. And I like to think of it as a spiral because it keeps moving, not in a progressive way, but keeps moving. So death begets life. You can't have life without death. And it's done through renewal. So everything reflects this renewal. And everything is animated or has a soul. And it's the souls that interact with one another rather than the corporal entities or vessels, if you will. So everything is connected through the souls, and it has to do with everyone's role in the world of maintaining things. Wait, I want to see, did I miss something on this one? Oops. Oh yeah, okay. And sometimes, of course, it wasn't perfect. The Maya, like everyone else, no one's perfect. So they did renegotiate these kind of relations with other entities. For example, the El Mirador, which is the first large, massive city, and it still has one of the largest complexes in the New World, kind of the Americas. But they had to abandon it by 150, likely due to the silt up of the reservoirs and the overuse of lumber to make, really thick plaster floors, et cetera, and all kinds of reasons. But they learned from this mistake because they didn't abandon cities for another 800 years after this. So again, they renegotiated their relationship. And in terms of the archaeological record, how we find evidence for this, the materiality of the cosmocentric or this inclusive worldview. We can use the iconography and inscriptions, but also the archaeological record. I'll just briefly touch upon this well-known Kerr vessel. And it shows, of course, the maize god, being reborn after his sons, the hero twins, help bring him back into our world from the underworld. And he's coming through the turtle carapace, coming from the underworld, breaking through the carapace into the upper world or our world. And notice also, the use of water jars and kind of thing as part of this really important ritual. But so this rebirth is continuous. It's two-dimensional, but it's representing this spiral or this circular way in terms of renewal. So it's rebirth, and he's breaking through, and it's also comparable to human birth, breaking through the birth canal, and maize, and other plants breaking through the earth. So it's a merged worldview where many things represent the one, this merged thing, like the mother-father concept as well. These the dualism. They bleed into each other when they do have these dualistic kind of concepts. And so this death and renewal is really important and part of life. And so, people have talked about how Vits, you have, which is referred to the temples as well as lineage mountains, and they are referred to as representations. But because of this inclusive worldview, I argue that they are the same. The temple becomes a lineage mountain through dedicatory offerings and prayers to the gods, and thanks to the earth deity, mother, father, if you will, for providing the materials to make this different kind of lineage mountain, which just happens to be a royal lineage mountain, where upon which the ancestors and the descendants actually perform rituals to better interact and integrate their subjects. So they become through dedication ceremonies. So it's not enough to just ask the earth protector or goddess, or again, these merged terms, for permission to use these materials, but also they are reverted back into the rest of the world through these dedicatory ceremonies. So so a house becomes a home the same way. And in terms of the archaeological record, I'm comparing the North Acropolis of Tikal on the bottom to Saturday Creek, a minor river center in Belize that I used to work at, that more recently Eleanor Harrison Buck is working at. But I have it to the same scale, and this is a temple, and it was occupied from 600 BCE through 1500. So we're talking at least 2100 years, though we have found ceramics that date to 900 BCE. But it's quite, the scale is quite different because there weren't any kings here. But the depositional history, the layers represent the same thing in terms of, the dedicatory offerings, the funerals, the termination, when you have this layer upon layer that looks to us, as nice stratigraphy, but this stratigraphy we have to add to the circular reasoning to interpret it. So it's the cyclical interpretation of the stratigraphy reflects these cycles of renewal. And it's the same for, I could have put in a teeny house in here. They have the same depositional history. They have the same stratigraphy, but just to a different scale based on their wealth and this kind of thing. So this A to A prime is the profile from our excavations. And that, again, at the same scale, but again, it represents the same thing. And another means of engagement is through forest management or interacting with the forest. And again, I have permission to use the photos. Colleen Lindsay is a former graduate student, and Cleofo Choc is a Mopan Maya and one of my foremen. He's worked with me for several years. And his knowledge is extensive, as with many traditional Maya. And so what Colleen did was to test Gomez Pompon's hypothesis that the primary forest we see today actually is a descendant forest represent an ancient Maya forest management, where they promoted some species, X, Y, and Z. So what they did was they collected from plots, bushes, and trees. And I love this photo because not only does it show the people involved in the research, but also the vegetation, the diversity that you just see in this shot here. And they collected over 300 different species in several 40-meter plots in areas near Yalbak, a medium-sized city, in areas without sites, an area with house bounds, as well as current Maya garden plots. And the cool thing is that Cleofo identified over 95% of these 300 different species that were collected. Most of the about 250 were collected in the jungle itself. So not garden, not domesticates, my point is. And he identified them because every one he identified, over 95%, had a use, in terms of fruit, nuts, and berries, and poisons, and medicinal plants, and not only the flora, but also the fauna, the same kinds of things in terms of this diversity. And it was fascinating to me. So the less than 5% he could not identify had no use. Okay, so the fact now is it just that the Maya used everything in the jungle, or that, again, what we see is actually a descendant forest representing this management, this engagement, this respect, this I got to be reverence for this forest. Because as far as I know, no animals no flora or fauna have become extinct under a Maya watch. And that, as you know, is changing with what's going on now, yeah? So anyway, so that's really cool. So that's one kind of engagement outside of the home, outside of the domesticated sphere. And so I am, like Harri, I'm fascinated by why did emphasize the difference between the home and the forest. And that's something that we need to think about. So this is Cleofo's garden in his house lot. And the home garden mimics this diverse forest, as do fields. So you don't have monocropping. That's a very, non-traditional kind of way of planting. And so every bush, every tree has a purpose here. And so the numbers represent the different species they located. So of course you see repeats because it's the same kind of species, but there are different kinds of food, you know, fruit, palm hearts, nuts, spices, garnishes, medicinal for pain to improve the blood, to, you know, quote unquote, construction, timber, vines for tying, household, insect repellent for baskets to make leaves to wrap food, ornamental flowers, and poison to kill fish, for example. You know, you can see the bird peppers here and the mint. And this old log, by the way, is used to churn butter. So everything has a use here. So we're used to our nice, straight, organized, you know, beautifully organized by color, you know, gardens. But this, every plant has a purpose. Okay. And this engagement, and to me, it's acknowledging this diversity, and also of course the Maya would hunt and game or collect bird feathers, and I have to just give a shout out to Belize with their national flower, the black orchid, which it is illegal to pick, but I don't show the entire image of the black orchid. But it's actually growing in a fallen log because orchids grow in decomposing, you know, rich organic matter. And so again, this sort of, you know, death begets life. And the fascinating thing about Maya management is that even during the height of droughts, the height of the late classic period, when you have your highest population density, the most migration, the most movement, the most, you know, violence, the most warfare, everything, faunal remains never disappear from the archaeological record, and especially of keystone species like deer and tapir, and some of the other larger animals kind of thing. This indicates when you have keystone species in existence, you know that these other species exist as well because they're keystone, and so they represent certain kinds of flora and fauna. When they're present, so are these kinds of species. And so that says a lot about their ability to maintain the forest, a healthy, biodiverse forest. And so another kind of engagement is through pilgrimage. And I'll illustrate this through Cara Blanca. Just gonna keep track of the time here. And I'm going to focus on a period when there were several prolonged droughts between 800 and 900 CE. And this has always been a pilgrimage place, but the Maya intensified their visits in perhaps via a ceremonial circuit, especially since they lost faith in their kings and their path-dependent ways at Maya cities. So it's by 900 where most southern Maya centers in the lowlands were completely abandoned. And so they returned to the original Vits, their own ancestors, and the sacred, you know, for lack of better terminology, water bodies. So at Cara Blanca, there are various water bodies, but I want to emphasize again, I mean, right now, that cenotes, or steep-sided sinkholes fed by groundwater, there are no houses in this area or no agricultural fields nearby, even though at the height of droughts, there's still plentiful water. So because, you know, as you know, portals, any open in the earth is a portal, and a portal are very important to the Maya as they're home to chalk, gods, and ways to communicate with gods and ancestors in chalk. Also the origin of clouds and rain, so portals. And so cave archaeology has become, you know, quite popular, and rightly so, because there's fascinating things being found in terms of ritual behavior. And you know, fascinating to me is the impact on the ritual economy. I mean, all the stuff that's being deposited, you know, has an impact on the economy in terms of, you know, replacing ceramic vessels and the like. But you know, the evidence that they're propitiating the gods, you know, especially to bring forth rain, or to plead with chalk to end, you know, too much rain, you know, hurricanes and tropical storms. I mean, we've all been there in the field in a tropical storm, yay. Now, what I'll focus on to illustrate the type of engagement that expresses this inclusive worldview is a watery portal, you know, particularly the cenote. So, so watery portal, cenote, like I said, I've defined it, but it's pure water and it's connected to the sea, especially in the northern lowlands. There are over 7,000 cenotes in the northern lowlands, many fewer in the southern lowlands because the southern lowlands has much higher elevation, so lower groundwater. So cenotes are relatively rare compared to the northern lowlands. And I'm here focused on the southern lowlands. And you have offerings because they are still portals. Chichen Itza is a well-known one, of course, and Lake Amatitlán is fascinating because there's evidence of over 2,000 years of pilgrims making visit, not only, and also Maya ethnicities, as far as from central Mexico. So that's a fascinating thing. But why? Why did some places become places for pilgrimage, like Cara Blanca in central Belize? Excuse me. So there are two geological formations that meet here, and there's a 100-foot tall cliff at the base of which are all these water bodies, which are numbered. I know, great names, I know. But the ones on the edge, these longer ones, are lakes. All right. Now the central ones, these are actually two merged cenotes, and it's now become a lake. But you can see the circular, and I'm focusing on one. And to give you an idea of size, pool one is 100 meters across and 70 meters wide. So it's a little dot on this map. And this map I want to show you because what it shows is that the patterns represent the different kinds of soils related to agricultural production. So these dark hatch ones here are the most fertile soils. And so what you have is these blue dots, and this is done by Andrew Concalla for his dissertation research. These are the class 2, the Mala soils, which are some of the richest tropical soils in the world for agriculture, but it's dispersed. And so farmers are dispersed. And this is why we have this low density urbanism. How do we do it on time? Great. Okay, so near the lakes, you have a lot of settlement. Now in the cenotes, this area here in particular, 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 16, and 6, these areas here, you still see blue dots, but every one of those dots represents specialized architecture, ceremonial, So you have denser settlement near lakes and less dense specialized structures near cenotes. So yes, immediately near the water bodies, you have more clay soils, which isn't surprising, but we should find just as dense settlement here. These squares represent 1 kilometer. It's not that far away, but the Maya never built houses here, even during this period between 800, 900 CE, when there were several prolonged droughts. So this was, for lack of better terminology, is, a very special area, a sacred area kind of thing that they only visited. But we find evidence that they intruded more so than usual during this period. And I'm focusing on pole 1 because it's 65 meters deep in parts, or 200 or over 200 feet deep. And they're quite different from northern lowland cenotes, which are more shallow and are connected by underwater rivers. These are deeper and water is coming through the limestone. There aren't many underwater river systems that we know about. They remain little explored at this point. And the divers also found an underwater cave. So there's a portal within a portal. We also found megafauna fossils at 21 meters deep, mostly giant ground sloths, one that dates to 27,000 years ago. That's another story. And we wanted to, in 2010, I got a a National Geographic Society grant, and then a National Science Foundation grant, and later to do this research, to continue research at Cara Blanca. So the divers found Aktun Eknen, Black Mirror Cave, underneath in the cliff face. And the entrance is massive, 40 by 30 feet, 4 meters. And the top starts like 30 meters below the water. And so the Maya likely would have known about this. We do not know how far it extends into Wits, because the divers went in about 70 meters, but the issue of time, and we had other plans. I don't dive. I have some of the top cave exploration divers who are very generous with their time and expertise. but we did excavate the surface. So here's pool 1, and there's all these structures, and we've excavated this in number 1 and 3 and tested 4. And between pool 1 and 950 meters away to the west is pool 2, but sort of equidistant is a sweat bath. And as you know, in the hot, humid tropics, you do not need a sweat bath. But I think this was the setup area for visitors coming to participate in rituals at pool 1. So, pilgrimage, people coming for pilgrimage need a place to stay, to cook, and I'm sure there were people selling stuff, to like. So this is Temple 1, and the Maya built it so close to the pool that part of it has actually fallen into the pool. And then clearly during this time, they were pleading with the gods, because the temple was built during this period between 800 and 900 CE. And the plaster floors were 10 centimeters thick. I mean, that's a lot of wood, a lot of time, a lot of labor in terms of, and that to me was part of their offerings to the gods, to chalk, to everyone, to the ancestors, to bring an end to this drought. And when eventually it didn't work, they gave up. They deanimated the temple. They removed the corbel vault stones and placed them in, and then they covered it with tufa. Tufa is limestone, but it forms underwater. So calcium carbonate, all the minerals in the water, precipitates around things like tree branches, shell, etc. So all these stones are tufa. And here's a close-up of one. You could see the casts of the remnants of these branches that the calcium carbonate precipitated around. And so there's plentiful surface limestone. I mean, we have to drive down a ravine to get to the pool, and it's stock full of hard limestone, and then there's soft limestone. There's plenty of surface limestone, but they went into the water to bring out, that highlights the point that this is a water temple. There's no doubt about it. And also what we found in your typical household assemblage, if you go to your kitchen, you have a certain percentage of cooking vessels, serving vessels, pots and pans and this kind of thing. Same thing in the Maya. And so traditionally, jars, the percentage of jars range, from 25 to 35% of your typical household assemblage, más o menos. But at these excavations, 75% of the ceramics we excavated were terminal classic. In this period between 800, 900. And all water jars were also deanimated. Nothing was complete here. We couldn't piece anything together. Nothing was complete. They either made offerings into the water body, synecdoche, that where one piece represents the whole, or they took pieces with them as a remembrance, as sort of a gift bag, if you will, a ceremonial gift bag. So these Kiowan slip jars all have breaks. You can see the little scallops here. They're all thumb-sized breaks. All of them do. It's really fascinating. Not only that, the styles, Kiowan slip is a common terminal classic water jar, wide orifice jar, but the lips and the rims represent styles from, north, south, east, and west. So people are coming from further areas to this area. Maybe they're making ceramics locally because it's hard to bring these water jars, because they're pretty massive, but none are complete. And, if you're familiar with the Madrid Codex of chalk and chalk shell, pouring water from the jar, either a tropical storm or a rainstorm. So water jars, are functional, but they also signify, they're a container, they're a portal, they're a cave as well. So again, it's hard to just apply one definition, one term to anything in the Maya world and other comparable cultures, because it is this more of a merged world existence, and that the Maya acknowledge. And I think some of the discussion about the languages just reflects this merged worldview, this merged, so even the chalk, he's a rain god, but he has a good and bad side, dark and light, and the female and male element, and old and young. It's not enough to say a rain god. It gets complicated. And we also found some large jars, this is from the Yucatan, and And by the way, I should add that many of this was helped with one of the audience members, Eleanor Harrison Buck, was a great help in terms of some of these ceramic info. But we also excavated this. It was in one of the rooms at the water temple, and it's a person in a jaguar costume. I didn't include the line drawing, but it was massive. And so you have this graduate student, she's just showing you, Jessica's showing you the size of this vessel. So we didn't find individual size vessels at this site. They're all large, they're all serving, they're all for integrative purposes. So people didn't live here, they participated, they performed in water rituals or other kinds. We also found sorted pomacia. And I mentioned the fact that they're really cool because they're both terrestrial and aquatic. So they both have lungs and gills, you know, again, this sort of merged worldview. So it wouldn't be surprising that they'd be used as part of a feast or an offering in terms of all of this. Now this is pool one here. And then this is where the sweat bath is. You can see the circular. It's actually, it did have a domed roof. It has since collapsed and all this. And so traditionally, Maya make a ceremonial circuit mirroring the path of the sun. So it arises in the east. And then of course, they go from east to west. And the gods created these water bodies, east to west. And so did the Maya, because at pool 20, there's a platform north of it. And this is 100 meters across. I'll show you another image of that. But here, this is geomancy at its best. There was a knob in this. They flattened a limestone platform, created one, but there was this natural knob. And instead of adding two, they just cut stairs into the limestone. And they added stones when they had to create a small pyramid temple. Okay, so this whole area is imbued with this significance, okay? But it also reflects not only their respect and and reverence, if you will, of chalk in the forest and all these resources, but there are other repercussions long term, because I argue that these portals and the significance of the absent, the fact that there weren't houses and evidence for agriculture, was that they left a minimal footprint. And this has allowed flora and fauna to flourish, because worldwide in these sacred areas, people aren't allowed to hunt. They aren't allowed to collect anything. But in times like if things were in short supply, they could get special permission from the gods and doing ceremony to collect, to hunt, to replenish other areas. So these pilgrimage areas are conservation areas. So I call this, a cosmology of conservation, and because of this inclusive worldview. So, and it's also a type of management, if you will. I mean, that's definitely our terminology. And this is pool 20. It's 100 meters diameter and 40 meters deep. And we also found megafauna fossils in this one as well. So I want to end this talk. I have a few slides left. What do my practices have to offer today's planners, given that today the density of occupation remains about 1 to 2 orders of magnitude less than the density of late classic period, depending on the location in question. And what we see today is massive land clearing, massive monocropping, the use of chemical fertilizers. And also given that Maya lived sustainably as farmers for 4,000 years, nothing became extinct as far as we know. Given that the earth does not need humans to survive, but we need it. So we need a more inclusive worldview. So I published with a former graduate student of mine this article on this about applying this worldview to future urban planning. And so the anthropocentric worldview has humans up top, particularly men, and has resulted in our attempts to control or tame nature, which has led to the Anthropocene. Not a good thing. Whereas a cosmocentric worldview, everyone's on the same plane, not necessarily equal, but on the same plane, and everyone plays a role. So they work with nature, results in millennia of sustainable living. So I'm just focusing on a few insights here that all of our future planning, we cannot just privilege humans. So even in the sustainability literature and all this, I see, how can we save humans? It's like, no, we can't save ourselves until we save the world. And it begins at the household level. And, by mimicking forest diversity, and just diversity is a great risk management plan. Like financial advisors say, diversify your portfolio. Take your doctor tell you, make sure you have, take multiple vitamins, So the other's not discussed here. I don't have time, but it's, I'm working on a book right now about this. Green cities, waste management, constructed wetland biospheres, labor versus technologically intensive projects, recycle and reuse, et cetera. And if you're interested, you can contact me. So with that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you, Liza, for offering us a point of view of an archaeologist. We have 5 minutes for discussion. Is anybody wishing to make a question, a commentary?
Erik zgłaszał tam chyba, czy to było klaskanie?
I don't see anybody.
Does that mean everyone agrees?
It seems.
Well, let me ask a question then. Do anyone have ideas of what, is there a term or concept that might express some of the things I was saying? I mean, I'm a horrible linguistic. I'm not a specialist at all.
I think that it was a very interesting suggestion that the household with a small garden or a courtyard or something like this can mimic the nature, can mimic the environment around, because we were discussing the kind of opposition between the farmland, between the space inhabited by Maya societies versus the forest, something which is associated with dangerous or wilderness or something like this. But you emphasized that it seems that the relationship is much more complex. Could you clarify more this aspect?
Well, when I started to read, like, for example, when I was reading Michael Coe's discussion of gods, for example, and he just made the point that it's not just possible to say, sun god, because it depends on the context, it depends, the situation, the time, who's saying it, when they're saying it, and everything. So it seems like, just again, listening to what everyone was saying and reading the ethnographies and talking with my field assistants and foremen who are all Maya. I mean, they're, because of the village from where they come, it was only found in 1981 or 82 by the Belize government, United Nations, for refugees from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala during the civil wars. So they're more, I don't see as much as the traditional Mayan languages spoken, except in the family, because everyone has to speak Spanish or English or Creole, Belizean Creole. But I still have learned a lot from them. But in my studies of trying to convey this, the dualism, like I said, bleeds into each other. I'm not sure, I'm not really explaining it well. I lost my train of thought. Can somebody jump in?
Well, I was kind of like thinking about the same idea. If the domesticated land kind of reflects the, let's say, untamed land, and given this graphic that you showed with the triangle, like kind of, like our Western point of view leading to anthropocentric point of view on nature, on our place in nature, and the circular graphic, which shows kind of us just as one of those small pictures in the whole picture, right? So maybe there is no dualism between the town and the nature and the forest, right? Maybe just the town is supposed to be part of the forest. It's just this place where we are, and we should do our best not to destroy nature. That would kind of, I think, fit nicely into this Native American point of view of people just being part of nature, people having the same kind of soul that animals and plants and stones have, just having some kind of, let's not use the word soul, which is culturally loaded, like some kind of essence. Okay, so me as a human, I'm not better than the stone or tree or the peccary in the forest, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why those house areas are so similar to the forest. There's no dualism, maybe.
Well, I think I agree with, I don't think there's as much dualism, but again, our languages don't convey that. But for example, the animal spirit companion spirit, because they're never domesticated animals, they're always wild animals. So that's another way of merging, the human sphere with, the forest. So I do think they acknowledge it to some degree, and that's why there's a terminology for home and wild. But I do think it's again, I think that's more of our terminology rather than what they might actually mean in terms of the broader scale, especially in terms of traditional, because now more and more, of course, there's the intersection of missionization and all this kind of thing. So I do think but there are still, dual concepts, but I just think they're more merged than dual, but there's still two aspects of them, if that makes sense.
So we've got Alan and Sim, right? Alan, can you go first and then Sim?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was just really fascinated by the idea, and I agree with you completely about there are certain terms that in the West we think are really important, and we discuss them, such as religion or nature or art is another word that doesn't really exist in high languages. And I think you're completely right that these are just woven into the fabric of who we are and our existence. Do you know of any other terms like that are kind of important from our perspective that they don't tend to have words for?
Well, I'm not an expert, but I don't think they have a term for supernatural versus natural, right? That's the same thing, nature, nurture, secular religion. And so I think those major conceptual dichotomies that we have, they didn't. And because our Western society became divorced from nature, beginning in the Renaissance, when you started to see the rise of science and reductionism, when people started to take things apart to understand them, but they forgot to put them back together. And so the more that, the scientific method came to light, the more the divorce happened. So we used to live a more merged existence. I mean, it just changed much more quickly. But the other terminology, I don't know, but I could probably guess, just because of if there's no term for religion or nature, there's probably no term for supernatural, and what are in those comparable terms, if that makes sense. And it also goes to, I can't remember who wrote this fabulous article about how the 9 levels of the underworld, they're not levels. That is the application of Dante's, post-colonial kind of thing. But there's different 9 parts or aspects. And again, I think they overlap, this merged, and maybe that ties into the mat, the importance of the mat, which has been tied to royal power, I know, but all royals have appropriated everything that was important domestic pre-royal life to amplify, to suit their benefit, to suit them. So why not Matt, for example? You know, the interwoven nature of life and everything in the forest. So it's not just human life, it's everything. So that would make sense. And I'm just thinking of this now. Yeah, the Matt, you know, so if you look, so some of the royal symbols and elements, you know, many of them come from the domestic sphere. And if you look closer, I think it is more complex. You know, so the rest would be guessed, but I, you know, so yeah. But I loved idea, and I loved your creation of deification, D-A-Y, because I knew what you were trying to say, though. Our language cannot convey some of the ideas, period. Yeah, so thanks.
Sim, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Very quickly, Lisa, that's a very beautiful vision and model you've got in terms of like a new way of doing agriculture and things and relating to nature. But I was just wondering how you would go about promoting that in the community in the face of multinational corporations, which are only interested in profit and don't care and have a lot more influence, you know, in terms of corrupt officials and bribery and all sorts of other things.
Great question. Well, right now I have another NSF grant to do salvage or rescue archaeology in an area that has been recently clear cut, I mean, wiped out by mechanized traditional mechanized mine. Well, they're now mechanized Mennonites. And all I care about is farming. It's not malicious. So I have to get permission from the president to do salvage archaeology on the property. And I'll never forget what he said. He said, as long as you're not a tree hugger like my daughter. And I'm like, huh. Because in my NSF, I have in there to try to, my proposal, I'm going to try to work with them. But I'm going to decide to invite their kids to help us dig. But that's what I meant at the family. So this book, I'm not trying to get it published through an academic press. I'm looking for an agent. So if anyone knows of one, please let me know. Because so I'm writing a general book, and it's because it does. So I'm speaking to these ideas to you as a family member, as a household member, as somebody who cares about family, close friends, and a household could be roommates or partners or living alone or whatever. So I do think it's sort of a grassroots, it's communities, but it's also the youth who are going to be demanding justice kind of thing. So, and all of these corporate, you know, people have kids. So maybe I'm being optimistic, but it's okay. I can't hear you. You're on mute, Agnew.
Okay, now I'm Harri, could I ask you to move your question to the discussion at the end, because we've got 8 minutes behind?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Remember to write it down so that you don't forget. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let us move to the next point of our program today. Our next speaker is Susan Gillespie from the University of Florida, and we are going to listen to the talk about the extended person in Maya ontology.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to try to share my screen, see if it works. Let me know if you can see it.
Yes, we can see it perfectly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for this opportunity to speak to you all today. I apologize. I am going to read my talk because otherwise I won't get it in the 30 minutes. Let's begin by saying that the symposium today and the workshop that preceded it reflect this growing interest in by anthropologists and archaeologists in these new or alternative non-Western ontologies. And even philosophers now are getting into the different ontologies of indigenous America. So this is a very exciting time. In rejecting the imposition of the modern Western worldview on others, anthropologists are especially cognizant of the near universal animacy that characterizes many non-Western perspectives. Animacy, agency, and personhood are not monopolized by humans alone, but are properties of non-human objects and even intangible phenomena. Everything is sacred, sharing in the divine. So overcoming our conventional human or non-human or subject-object divide requires rethinking the status of persons. Non-humans are allowed within this category as sentient and agentive actors. Furthermore, the related Western concept of the individual must also be expanded. Persons can be permeable, extendable, and plural, exceeding a single bounded human body. They can also be durable, outliving that body. In considering Maya personhood, I emphasize three major ontological propositions. The first is that personhood is a relational status. Entities assume their characteristics and capacities out of their relationships with others. They are not isolable, reductive, or static. They are always parts of a whole that is more than the sum of its parts. Relationism further involves the continued reconstitution of entities in alliance with other phenomena, forming various types of assemblages that are constituted, disassembled, and reconstituted over time. Assemblages assume particular configurations based on the intra-subjectivities of their component parts within a social field. These first two propositions are founded on an underlying process metaphysic whereby the universe is in flux, transformation is continuous, and entities are constantly emerging, constantly becoming. So as difficult as it might be for us, we need to understand that what we call entities may be better understood as processes. So this is very abstract, and I'll explain it further as I go along. Turning now to Mesoamerica. Despite the diversity of cultures within this region, anthropologists have identified a shared ontological monism. With ontological monism, reality is a unified whole in which every entity shares in the same fundamental animating principle. Not a tangible substance, it's usually understood as some kind of force, energy, or power. The modern Western ontology, by contrast, is pluralistic, accepting the existence of divergent types of entities, for example, dividing humans from non-humans or humans from gods. This monistic orientation has been called teotlism by some Mesoamerican scholars, from the Nahuatl word for this divine principle, teotl, although others resist using an Aztec concept to apply to the rest of Mesoamerica. A consequence of teotlism, or whatever you want to call it, is a pantheistic conception of deity in which all gods are different manifestations of this unitary vivifying force or power. However, there are recognized shortcomings in our understandings of ontological monism. If there is an essential oneness of the sacred, how can we explain its particular manifestations, the different gods, people, and other beings? I think this is sort of the issue that Lisa was referring to. John Monahan has called attention to the problem of difference in non-plural ontologies. Moreover, the unity of the single force or energy looks not simply monistic, but monolithic and flat, an ontological monovalence. How can one explain the emergence of different superficial manifestations of an underlying divine principle? Does variation in space or time play a role? Fortunately, a very influential recent book by philosopher James Maffei, Rethinking the Aztec Notions of Teotl, provides some solutions to these problems. Rather than power or force, Maffei identifies Teotl as a process, a constant becoming or transition, not a state of being. More specifically, according to Maffei, Teotl is constituted as a dialectical monism, the continuous oscillation between two complementary opposed poles, such as life and death. So you can have contrasts or oppositions, but they're in continuous relation with one another. This ontology is holist and relationist. It accounts for the emergence of difference from the continuous interrelationships of entities as processes. Despite this clear explanation, however, the specific mechanisms of Teotl need not apply to other monistic ontologies. Importantly, Maffei's ideas of Teotl as process were shaped by the development of a process metaphysic in philosophy. I turn now to this process metaphysic as a brief detour to help us better understand ontological monism among the Maya. Although a number of scholars contributed to this new metaphysic in the early 20th century, I will focus on the most influential of them, Alfred North Whitehead. His process philosophy stands in stark contrast to our conventional substance metaphysic inherited from the Greeks since Plato. The substance metaphysic asserts that substances or entities are ontologically primary and processes or change are derivative. Process philosophy turns this idea on its head. Everything is undergoing change. Whitehead's metaphysic considers becoming as the ultimate characterization of being. He was concerned with explaining the process of becoming, a process that accounts for both the distinction among various becomings, they are not all the same, and the historical aspects of becoming, whereby later becomings are predicated on those that happened earlier. The passage of time is therefore fundamental to this metaphysic as some kind of duration or accumulation. I like Lisa's notion of a spiral. My superficial review of Whitehead's ideas cannot do them justice and are intended only to suggest a kind of technical language we might utilize to comprehend the ontology of Maya persons. So please bear with me for a few minutes before I get to the Maya. I begin with Whitehead's notion of eternal objects. Don't let the word object mislead you. These are the pure potentials of the universe that ingress, his verb, into particular becomings, forming actual entities by incarnating matter. These actual entities thereby account for the physical world. Importantly, in their becoming, the actual entities grasp their environment in that particular context, resulting in differences among them despite a singular origin. Furthermore, each becoming is shaped by the extensive continuum. This continuum is an infinite relational complex that underlies the universe. It consists of all actual entities that have ceased becoming. They are elements in the potential creation of new becomings that are shaped by prior becomings. Although this continuum may seem virtual or always in potentia, it is nevertheless real. In sum, how new entities emerge or become actualized as differentiated matter is affected by the environment of their becoming and also by the accumulated past becomings of earlier actual entities in which eternal objects have ingressed over time. Thus, the universe is eventful, with pasts and futures distinguished from their presents, even as they are interrelated by prior and future becomings. This is an explanation for difference continually generated within an axiomatic ontological monism. Whitehead's process philosophy provides a depth ontology that accounts for the generation of new entities rather than the flat perspective of certain understandings of Mesoamerican ontology. Although my explanation of Whitehead's process metaphysic is very brief and abstract, his ideas can serve as a heuristic device for analyzing Maya ontology of personhood without defaulting to Aztec mechanisms of Teot. Importantly, 20th century anthropology had already moved precisely away from the modern notion that the category of person is limited to individual human beings. A person is a social and moral entity with capacities and responsibilities towards other entities with which it interacts. Any person is thus part of a larger whole and emerges out of relations with other parts of that whole. Personhood as a status changes over time by the acquisition or loss of various assembled components. The work of Marilyn Strathern and others has detailed how personhood is fluid and relational, partible and plural, dependent at any moment on intrasubjective interactions in social fields with others. Some of these notions of personhood appeared earlier in a 1938 essay by French sociologist Marcel Mauss. His analysis of clan-based societies, such as the Zuni and Kwakut, revealed that each clan safeguarded a discrete set of names or titles as its property, which were distributed to living clan members. The names established the identities, positioning, rights, capacities, and destinies of individuals vis-a-vis others within the whole that was the clan. In assuming one or more clan names during their lifetimes, individuals would actualize in the material world the virtual prefigured totality of the life of the clan. This is a dialectical relationship played out as the ongoing embodiment of persons and the personification of bodies. Living individuals become the incarnations of ancestors of the same names, which is how the clan perpetuates itself across generations. Mauss concluded that the clan members were really the names and titles, which he referred to as certain characters or personage. The person as personage is eternal, extended in time, and potential, always future-oriented. Different humans and even some non-human actors will temporarily embody a specific personage, actualizing that potential in relation to one another and the totality of the clan within a certain environment or socio-historical context. Upon their deaths, the name reverts back to the clan for anticipated future generations. History plays a role because names or titles could be gained through marriage alliance and also lost through warfare. And although the names are recycled, the embodied characters are impacted by the accumulated actions of prior holders of the same personage. Thus, subsequent incarnations are not exactly the same as those who came before. Current situations and the accumulation of actions of continually reincarnated ancestors provided the specific environments for the emergence or becoming of newly embodied clan members. The existence of non-human persons had also been developed by Mauss in an earlier seminal essay on the gift. Mauss showed that objects given in certain exchange relationships may represent, substitute for, or replace human persons. To give such objects away was to give part of oneself. Indeed, the objects could be considered social persons in their own right. This was especially the case for inalienable objects that by definition could not be estranged from their owners. Many had their own names, titles, histories, and subjectivities, and they were often retained as heirlooms that materialized the history of the clan and its status, the clan that possessed them. And even inalienable objects may also exist virtually or in potentia as a name or design owned by the descent group. Even if lost or broken, they can be reinstantiated or actualized again in material form. So now moving on. I draw inspiration from the ideas of Whitehead and Mauss, among others, to briefly survey various aspects of Maya personhood within a processual relational ontology. Like most Maya scholars, like all of you, I utilize archaeological, iconographic, linguistic, ethnographic, and ethnohistoric information in order to try to build an overall picture of Maya personhood and fully recognize the caveats and pitfalls of doing so. My focus is on Maya notions of personhood centered on human beings. Although I do not ignore the personhood and agency of non-humans, that's not my emphasis. Furthermore, I highlight the dynamic mechanisms of relationality, assemblage, and process. My review is presented in two parts. The first deals with how embodied persons are assembled and developed within their lifetimes in relation to other contemporaneous humans and also non-human objects and places. In these ways, Maya persons are extended in space. The second half deals with the extension of eternal persons through time. This is merely an analytical distinction, however, given that in the Maya worldview, space-time forms a single dimension of reality. And so I'll be doing this review and I'll be reiterating some statements and even showing some illustrations that you've already seen in previous papers. So in the absence of individualism, which asserts moral and jural status and agency reside in discrete human beings, all personhood is relational. It is intersubjectively constituted within various kinds of collectives as parts of a larger whole. For the Maya, the principal corporate collective from which foundational aspects of personhood were derived was the intergenerational descent group known as the house. The house as a type of descent group was defined by Claude Lévi-Strauss as a Maussian moral person in its own right. It's a corporate plural person. The house provided its members with kinship positions and responsibilities, as well as names, titles, and tangible property, all of which it closely guarded. As such, the house provided people their identities and relationships to others, giving them a place within the social nexus, as well as a corresponding physical place, the house's dwelling, in the spatial network of the community. The corporeal assemblage that embodies a person begins at conception. Every human being combines tangible and intangible elements contributed by the father's and mother's houses. The bones, a dry, enduring material, were contributed by the father, manifesting the continuity of the patriline. The flesh or blood, a wet and perishable but life-giving substance that influenced one's well-being, was contributed by the mother's or wife-providing group. I previously suggested that rare images of Maya kings showing them with both their parents, such as Palenque's palace tablet, are not family portraits, and the parents in this case, as you know, were deceased, but are embodied depictions of separable components of the king's person as contributed by his father's and mother's houses. Having been assembled in life, decease requires rituals of disassembly of those components. This is a dual process. The decomposition of the biological being coincides somewhat with the dissolution of the social person. involving a biological and a distinctly commemorated social death. The mortal and immortal components of the personified body are separated and subject to different dispositions, including some curation for future use. Archaeological data from a number of sites indicate that bodies were subjected to several stages of processing in different locales before their final disposition. These include empty tombs used for stages of bodily decomposition and curated skeletal information on a sequence of secondary funerary commemorative rituals. For example, Patricia McEnany suggested that the event read as Muknal, which may occur even dozens of years after biological decease, marked the final social death of the embodied person. Tangible components, the embodied person assembles certain intangible elements, including animistic energies and discrete souls or spirits. The vital essences that cohabit the body and give it life are sometimes thought to reside in certain animistic centers. In some cases, they may temporarily depart the bounds of the organism and travel elsewhere as an extension of the person in space. Furthermore, each human being is linked to the encompassing cosmos as part of that whole. John Monahan proposed that the Maya word for human being, Winik, which also means 20, is a reference to the 20-day names of the Mesoamerican ritual almanac, by which the destiny of every human is entwined with specific cosmic forces and with all other persons. And a great deal of ethnographic, epigraphic, and iconographic information demonstrates the prevalence of beliefs in an animal's soul or companion spirit or avatar that is linked to each individual. Finally, there is the eternal soul that preexists and survives an individual human being. The Yucatec Maya of Chancom would open a hole in the thatch roof directly above a dying person's hammock to assure free passage of the soul upon death. Among the contemporary Tzotzil Zinacantecos, this personal soul, Chulel, is placed in the body at conception. It departs the body at death and ultimately rejoins the pool of souls kept by the ancestral deities to be put in the embryo of a future individual. Suggestive evidence for a belief in souls in the pre-Hispanic era include a death event recorded in hieroglyphic inscriptions and read by David Friedel and Linda Sheely as the diminution of the Sakniknal, the white flower thing. And that was some years ago. I'm sure there's more information now. Nevertheless, even after death, body and soul maintained a relationship with one another. Bodies or body parts were curated by the families of the dead in order to ensure that their eternal souls would eventually enter the embryos of children subsequently born of that house, as a way of safeguarding the house's intangible property. As described by ethnographer Evan Vogt for Zina Canton, anything of value, and not just humans, was believed to possess a soul. The most important interactions in the Zinacanteco world took place between all these souls, and not so much between people and things. Rulers, however, were different. Among other things, they were already touched by the divine, monopolizing the title of Kahulahau, Divine Lord. Rulers could create separable manifestations of their being in the form of images or icons of themselves. Stephen Howson and David Stewart suggested there was an extendable essence shared between images and the portrayed individual, such that these portraits contained part of the royal essence in ways that multiplied his or her presence in different ways, in different places. As Marcel Mauss demonstrated, ordinary people could also extend their personhood via gift-like inalienable objects. For the Maya, some of the best information for such objects are well-made items used in intimate proximity to embodied persons, worn or manipulated by them. Many of them were inscribed with the names or titles of their owners as part of the inalienable property of wealthy or aristocratic houses. Rosemary Joyce observed that these were often deposited in graves or caches long after their initial creation, and sometimes far away, as they were moved through exchange networks. This is another way to extend certain persons in space. So putting these two contexts together, when these objects were depicted on royal bodies, the rulers themselves became a human framework for materializing the history and prestige of their house. Early classic images of royal bodies especially show them laden with animated objects. Indeed, it is as if the king's body was composed primarily of these vitalizing sacred objects, heirlooms of the royal house and other signs of rank or title. Only facial features and glimpses of appendages serve as minimal reference points to his bodily presence. In these representations, the king thereby becomes an icon and index of the history, identity, and rank of the royal house. He further assembles the totality of his polity within himself, extending his person outward to the fringes of his political hegemony. In this respect, the ruler is a plural person, in Marilyn Strathern's terminology. incorporating other persons within his own. He becomes the whole out of which persons of a lesser order, less complete by comparison, realize their own agency and capabilities in relationship to him. In addition to tangible entities such as inalienable objects, persons assembled extra-bodily intangible extensions. As already noted, these objects possess their own animating forces that are attached to certain personae. But even names themselves, according to ethnographic data, contain a vital essence, as do titles that are accrued during one's lifetime. According to Maus, the names or titles of the more literal members of the descent group, the enduring intangible property continuously instantiated by personified bodies. They are primarily inherited, but can also be won or lost in warfare. There are known instances in Maya iconography in which named war captives are shown with their titles, and thus much of their person, usurped by their captor, who thereby further extended his own plural person. The transfer of personified names across generations is also known from classic period iconography and epigraphy. Especially in the Western Maya lowlands, reconstructions of king lists reveal multiple rulers in a single royal house with the same name. You have to read it down like this. With the same name, including at least 4 named bird jaguar and some of these other royal names at Yaxchilan. This enchainment of persons reveals how each successive name holder actualizes a name and associated status that is eternal, part of a continuum. And it takes us to my final topic, the extension of Maya persons in time, the durational person, and brings together all these concepts and examples within the scope of a single cosmic process that may be uniquely Maya. The extension of persons in time has already been referenced with the notion of the dialectical movement of souls between incarnation and a new human being and return to a continuum or pool of souls upon decease. However, these former incarnations of souls were not forgotten. Instead, with appropriate rituals, they became ancestors, intangible instantiations of persons with whom the living continued to interact. As you know, there's a plethora of archaeological evidence for ancestor veneration practices congruent with ethnohistoric and some ethnographic accounts. Shrines, images, and altars were used to interact with ancestors. Significantly, their bodily remains may have served to attract their spirits as a means for maintaining their souls within the control of the social house. Furthermore, many contemporary Maya peoples believe that souls are reincarnated and subsequently born family members given the same name, such that the two share in important aspects of their identities. In other words, names and souls are linked as a package that moves together. The persons of the ancestors live again in their same named descendants. In fact, in many Maya societies, grandchildren are given the names of grandparents and they refer to one another by the same kin term, mom. When the older person and the younger relative of the same name are both alive, they are thought to share the same vital essence. But in other Maya societies, infants are not given the name of a living family member because it's believed that they would thereby fully acquire the soul of the older relative, causing that individual's premature death. These practices and beliefs exemplify a more encompassing process, a type of continuous change known in Maya languages as kesh and cognates. Robert Carlson and Martin Prechtel explained kesh as the transfer and hence the continuity of life and the recycling of souls, making new out of the old as a form of immortality. Kesh as transfer and substitution explains why grandchildren of the same name share the same souls as replacements for their grandparents. We've just seen this phenomenon in the name repetition in classic period royal houses, especially in the Western lowlands. This is an example of what ethnographers call genealogical replacement. However, at Tikal and Copan, further to the east, continuity of the rulers as heads of the royal house was referenced instead by numerically marking one's position in a line of succession back to the putative founder. This is another way to emphasize their enchainment. Altar Q at Copan is striking in that it was erected by the 16th successor and shows him with all 15 of his predecessors facing the founder who hands him instruments of office. It indicates their simultaneity in sharing that persona, even as it was incarnated in a historical chain of human beings. This is an example of what ethnographers call positional replacement. Kesh's positional replacement survives today in the common practice among cofradia or cargo holders as organized in pairs, usually a senior, junior, or elder, younger. The younger will ultimately succeed the elder, taking his position while pairing up again with another junior in an eternal dialectical process of becoming and replacement. Although a number of ethnographers have mentioned the prevalence and manifestations of Kesh as substitution, and it has been characterized as a central paradigm of Maya culture, I believe it warrants further recognition as a principal mechanism of a processual Maya ontology of becoming of emergence as transference. It also complements Maya notions of time. Replacement is not the same as cloning or duplication because time is cumulative. What transpires in any instantiation or incarnation of an eternal object will impact it as it rejoins an extensive continuum. Finally, a few scholars have observed a similar phenomenon of Kesh in cosmogonic accounts that narrate the creation of the cosmos. Such narratives should be especially fraught with attention.
We think your presentation is gone.
Is gone?
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So you have this resume slideshow.
Okay. Let me try it again. Okay.
Sure, of course.
This message came up on my screen. It's really made me mad. Hang on a second. I'll see if I can fix it. Okay. Share screen. Okay, this one. Share. Okay. Shoot. Stop share. Folks, I'm sorry, but my virus protection has stopped my screen share. So I'm going to see if I can fix it.
Yeah.
But if just this warning message popped up.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay, just give me a second. Let's see if I can do it. I'm almost to the end. Okay. Now go into Zoom. I'm going to just pick up where I was before. I don't know which ones you missed. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, but my antivirus doesn't like this.
No problem.
Okay, so anyway, I'm talking about cosmogonic replacement, and a number of scholars have talked about this. The narratives such as Popol Vuh and other cosmogonic narratives should be especially fraught with attention to ontological issues, the nature of cosmic being and how it came about. Thus, for example, in Popol Vuh of the colonial Quiche Maya, the successive creations and destructions of humans by the gods reveal legacies or traces of earlier events in later episodes. Nathaniel Tarn and Martin Prechtel suggested that certain characters in the story, Mouse's personnage, were structural transforms of one another in a logical sense. But in the Maya worldview, they should also be ontologically connected transforms of one another. This is the operation of Kesh at a larger scale, a dialectic that faithfully moves the universe forward. Failure to realize this fundamental process has resulted in misunderstandings of Popol Vuh. In particular, it's commonly believed that certain episodes are out of order because the boy heroes, Hunahpu and Spelunke, appear in the story before the episode of their conception and birth. However, this interpretation relies on the modern Western notion of the isolable and static individual, rather than the successions and replacements of personage in Maya ontology. So now, the construction of persons, a constant process throughout and even beyond individual lives, puts into practice the principal concepts and processes that are axiomatic of Maya ontology and metaphysics. In particular, the fundamental process known as Kesh or Kesholil accounts for the processual flux and duration of the universe in a way that is distinct from Aztec notions of teotl. Continuity is assured across generations of difference as persons are assembled, disassembled, and reassembled in relation to the larger wholes of their social houses, communities, kingdoms, and the cosmos. Time is historicized, its accumulation dependent on both the reincarnation of virtual persons as they become actualized, as well as the processual changes they incur in their lifetimes that feed back into a complex, eternal, extensive continuum. Past and future are thereby imbricated rather than separated. And as a final thought, I suggest that archaeologists can be alert to the different kinds of persons who inhabited and made a difference in Maya societies and their material manifestations. They can attempt to read the traces of past actualizations that influence subsequent ones, and imagine how ancient Maya peoples themselves look for material legacies of the past in their present as they anticipated their future. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to you. Thank you for your patience. And now I will stop sharing.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, let's have a look at our program. Susan, will you forgive me if I move the discussion to the general discussion after the whole thing today? Because we are, if we skip now the discussion, we are just on time.
Right.
If we have the discussion, we will be, you know, delayed later.
No,
So
that's no problem at all. I'm better equipped to do it then anyway.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that there are like a million questions. Please write them down. Please ask them when we finish. This is the longest session of the day and of the whole symposium. We've got one more talk before the next coffee break. So our next speakers are Josuhé, Lozada, and Silvina Vigliani. I hope I'm not mispronouncing anything. Oh, Josuhé, you are with us. Great. And the talk is entitled Rock Art and Rituality in the Construction of the Maya Person of the Post-Classic Period at Mensabac Lake, Chiapas.
Perfect. We are here. I will try to put the slides right now. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Oh, wait a moment. Right here. Now?
Yes.
Yes, and this is the presentation. Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. This work was made by Silvina Vigliani and me from the National Institute of Anthropology and History in Mexico. We are connected from the beautiful colonial town in San Cristobal de las Casas in Chiapas. And we will talk about the rock art and rituality in the construction of the Maya person at the post-classic period at Mensabac Lake in Chiapas. Thank you for the invitation. We have about the last 10 years working in this lake, and today we will present some data and some evidence about the personhood between the post-classic Mayas. I will read some words. One of the greatest challenges presented by the study of the past through archaeological research has been the identification of ways of being and knowing the world through ontological bases closest to those of the groups studied. In this regard, first, we will trace and analyze factors related to corporality and the notion and construction of the Maya person through ethnographic and linguistic information about local groups. We will then analyze the rock art found on the cliffs that border Mensabac Lake, located in the Lacandon jungle in the northeastern region of the state of Chiapas in Mexico. Subsequently, we will contrast this information with the additional archaeological context, including the excavation and underwater surveys conducted below these cliffs. Finally, we discuss a way of interpreting the context mentioned previously. The main questions raised by this study are: How did the post-classic Mayas of Mensabac Lake conceive the notion of personhood? And how did they convey this conceptualization through ritual and rock art? In order to provide some possible answers to these questions, our approach engages with the anthropology of personhood and its applications in archaeology. In the social groups of the Los Altos region of Chiapas, the anemic entity that has been most studied is the Chulel, which refers to an immortal and individual anima that can be lost due to fear, fright, or when a person falls to land or water, whereby the Chulel remains wherever the fall occurs. There is also the Guayhel, which refers to an animal soul that accompanies a person and is called Lap among the Celtales. Traditionally, a complete Tzotzil person has 13 Chulel and 13 Guayhel. Furthermore, Ik is recognized as air, which manifests itself as muscular pains, and Kal, or heat, which refers to a Tzotzil person's vital energy. In fact, there is a relationship between entities and anemic forces, since a person's strange or Kal resides within the Chulel. Among the Yucatec Maya, there are two anemic entities, Ol and Pishan, and one anemic force called Ik. The Ol is the anemic entity associated with the heart. It is thought to be the marrow of the human being, and is even used to refer to the medullary component, a stem or tender bud of vegetables. The Ol is said to be a will or capacity for intentional participation, referring to a world of common sense, emotions, energy, and spirit. For the Yucatec Maya, Pishan literally means a person's wrapping or covering. The Pishan is thought to be the anemic entity that separates from the body at death. It is described as a hot gas, which leaves a diseased person's body by dissolving into the air. Other authors indicate that Pishan refers to the soul of the dead, which is remembered and fed during its annual return in November, during the festival of Hanal Pishan, or Food of the Souls. It is also alludes to what is blissful, fortunate, and blessed. Among the Yucatec Maya, in addition to Ol and Pishan, an anemic force called Ik exists. It refers to breath, animation, and life. Reportedly, one has Ik when he or she takes on and acquires consciousness and responsibility. Sometimes it appears in the deceased as a whirlpool of spirits. According to the Cordomex Maya dictionary, Ik among the Yucatec Maya refers to the air or wind, or a gasp or a puff of air that one blows through the mouth. Thus, a breath is linked to both respiration and vitality, virtue and power. Breath, then, refers to something deeper than the mechanical act of breathing. Between the Lacandon Mayas of Chiapas, also recognize the anemic entity called Pishan, that designates a kind of bodily covering linked to the Western notion of soul or spirit. Pishan also refers to an anemic entity that leaves the body after death in order to travel over a lake accompanied by a dog, and ends up entering a rock surface in an area with several rock paintings. The Pishan of the Lacandon is not exclusive to humans. It is believed that the jungle, as a place of life and interaction, is also endowed with Pishan. Another anemic entity of the Lacandon Maya is Or, which refers to the mood or spirit of a person, moral or anemic characteristics of the subjects. The Ik is also viewed as an essence that may correspond to a gaseous entity related to the breathing process. For the purpose of this study, Pishan is used as one of the closest ethnographic references due to the location of Mensabac Lake in the Lacandon jungle, and given the ethnic and linguistic proximity to the Yucatec Maya, we have included information related to the anima from both Yucatec and Lacandon groups. In terms of the pre-Hispanic Maya, the information we have comes mainly from archaeology and epigraphy. In general terms, the most frequently identified anemic component has been ik, translate as wind, although it involves a whole set of ideas about life. Thus, ik is present in the objects that were important to the Maya, such as certain constructions, places, objects, or animals. In planting, it requires an act of creation. Both entities and anemic forces among the Maya were important in defining a person and determining his or her destiny by acquiring responsibility. Responsibility played a fundamental role in the construction of the Maya person, especially in the transition from immature state to social maturity. During the classic Maya period, a person's boundaries were relatively permeable, as we can observe in some classic art scenes showing diverse essences emanating from people's bodies. In that sense, permeability is manifest when a person is infused by substance whose qualities influence his or her internal composition. Similarly, practice of partibility have been identified in the treatment of the disease, especially of nobles and rulers, and where the person of the disease is reconfigured in a specific practice involving the exchange or circulation of body parts. In general terms, the notion of personhood during the classic and post-contact periods has been thoroughly studied. However, little is known about the post-classic. In this work, we endeavor to make a contribution in this regard. Well, we can see the map. We are in the southeast of Mexico, in the state of Chiapas, and the Mensabac Lake is located in the northeast region of the state, in the Lacandon jungle. It is a lake system located in a karstic zone where caves and cliffs abound. You can see Mensabac Lake in this at the center of this map. Around this lake, there are 7 archaeological sites with architecture dating from the late preclassic and late postclassic periods. You can see in the slide, for example, the archaeological site of Sunun, Los Olores, La Punta, Patén. This is Chacactún in Lacandon Maya, or Mirador, Ixtabay, and Sivana. In addition, have been documented 5 cliffs with rock art from the same 2 periods. In the north of the lake, it's Metzabac or Metzaboc. At the center is Sivana. Here is Cuxnabat. And in the south is Hotoncac and Tanyoc. In total, 208 rock motifs have been documented at Mensabac Lake, distributed in several panels along 5 cliffs. For our purpose here, we will discuss panel 1 of the Mensabac cliff because of what is represent in its images. The Mensabac cliff, right here at the north, is a large rock from overhanging at the edge of the lake, about 30 meters high, with an approximate extension of 60 meters. The access to the cliff is exclusively by boat or canoe. Because of its location and topography, it is considered a ritual space. Now we can see the panel 1 of Mensabac Cliff. The scene has 8 rock motifs in red and an orange color, like you can see. From left to right, a small red anthropomorphic figure appears, apparently sit, that comes out of a natural hollow in the rock. In front of this figure, there are two additional and larger anthropomorphic figures painted in red. One appears sit in profile with its arms extended. Its face reveals a pronounced jaw or beard, an open mouth, a nose, an eye cavity, and a headdress. The other figure is similarly positioned, and its face reveals mouth, nose, and eyes, and also wearing headdress. At the lower right, there is an abstract figure in red. Above and around these figures, there are complex orange strokes in the form of hooks, virgules, circles, and zigzags that communicate with the upper area of the panel. Here, two orange circles appear, and below them, some white vertical lines that are drawn up to 5 natural holes here that form a crack that runs towards the east side of the panel. Last, in the upper right-hand corner of the panel, there is a quadruped zoomorphic figure in orange with ears, snout, and tail, and above it, another zoomorphic figure painted in red that also has ears, snout, and tail, but it appears in a more anthropomorphic and erect way. Since 2018, we have studied the rock art at the foot of the cliffs. At those sites that have a flat surface, we have undertaken archaeological excavations in this area. And at the cliffs overhanging the water's edge, where the only way to reach them is by canoe, we have conducted underwater archaeological surveys in this area. Under the Mensabah cliff, we dug 2 excavation pits, this one and this one, whose archaeological materials revelate 2 metates and 4 metate manus, which were analyzed by the starch extraction technique. The results of this analysis indicate that at times they were used to grind corn, chili, tomato, and sweet potato, and were dated to the late Preclassic. This means that this cliff was probably used since early times for the preparation of ritual meals, which persist until 1980, involving Lacandon Maya rituals. Furthermore, towards the late post-classic period, an stone altar, a good amount of ritual pottery, predominantly cajetes, as well as blades, flakes, and an obsidian projectile point were found. An ash layer of 3 to 4 centimeters thick containing post-classic ceramic is noteworthy. The polished lithics were analyzed by means of used-wear analysis and X-ray fluorescence, the results of which indicate that they were used to cut bone. In addition, in 2 of the 4 pieces that show signs of bone cutting, there is also microremains with blood and collagen, indicating that they were probably used for ritual purpose. We note that a few meters away, there is a small shelter converted into an ossary with numerous human bones from different periods, like you can see in these two photos of the slide. Our underwater archaeological surveys carried out at the foot of Mensabah Cliff or Metsabah Cliff turn up an adult female humerus in the left of the slide, as well as ritual pottery like cajetes, like you can see, probably intentionally thrown to the bottom of the lake. Well, we now turn to the interpretation of the panel as well as the archaeological surroundings. This is the panel 1 of Menzabach Cliff. Like you can see, the scene as a wall appears as a codex style, characteristic of the late post-classic period. A small figure is probably a child who is being presented by two adults before the Menzabach reign, that is the reign of the god. That this deity displaying his classic blinkers. The two adults to the right of the child are seated in a ritual position and are wearing headdress, and one of them is wearing a mask. The masks reflect the relationship that these figures had with the world of the gods and their role as intermediaries with the earthly world. The beard attached to the lower part of the mask indicates that they were an incarnation of older personage, perhaps ancestors. An orange-colored gaseous form comes out of the mouth of the Menzabach god, runs across the upper part of the scene, passes through the hand of a small figure, and finally enters and merges with the child's body. This orange gaseous form also seems to envelop the two adults. In the scene, we see that the figures were first painted in red and an orange gaseous form was added later. This gaseous substance envelops the child, the adult figures, and the eyes of the Menzabach god, that is, the god of the rain. Given these details, our interpretation posits that the two adult figures were officiants or priests who present the child before the Menzabach god in order to endow him with personhood and responsibility. Thus, we might be viewing a ritual whereby the child's person is constructed and the ik or vital breath, the orange gaseous form, comes out of the god's mouth, bifurcates, and aided by the officiants, completely permeates the child. When the image of the child is viewed up close, like here, we can see that the gaseous figure is not direct to his head, but rather to an area associated with the diaphragm. Therefore, it is likely that it is a breath or ik rather than a soul here or all in terms of Yucatec Maya. In turn, the small figure seems to hold the gaseous element with one of his hands, which insinuates that he is controlling or receiving the breath. The vital breath is insufflated by the celestial gods at the moment a person was created. This breath, or ik, could be for the post-classic Maya of Menzabach Lake the sense of breath of the Menzabach god, fixing children to obtain their condition of personhood by means of a ritual act. An interesting detail is that under the figure of the child, there is a natural hollow that apparently was used by the Maya painter to highlight the cave, and with it, a dark and cold place associated with the first years of life of the Maya person. For the Maya, when a child is born, he or she is a cold being that gradually increases in warmth as they reach maturity. If the relationship between the natural hollow and the location of panel 1 was intentional, we can assume that it represents the passage from the child's cold state to a warmer one in the process of building personhood. In this process of ritual reciprocity, conducted under a kind of death, the Maya person had the responsibility of feeding the deities. Excavations at the foot of the cliff turn off metates and grinding manos, with evidence of food processing dating from the preclassic, and from the postclassic, a large amount of ritual pottery, especially cajetes, which may have contained food. We believe that these findings indicate a continuous practice of some time of ritual commensality, where it was possible to establish social relations between different kinds of persons, humans and non-humans. Through shared consumptions, in this case, through shared experience such as the smell of food, the copal smoke, and probably the words of chains of an orator, other beings were incorporated into the social order, transforming them into social persons. Given the polysemic nature of the ritual, this could be linked to one or several activities performed at that location, revealing the transubstantiality between individual beings. Well, for final comments, we have to say that an approximation to the notion or a state of being a person among the post-classic Maya is a complex task, since we don't have enough data to describe the anemic entities or anemic forces that characterize these groups. Further, we must consider that there is not, for example, a single anemic model shared among Nahuas and Mayas. Quite the contrary, a wide variety of Mesoamerican anemic conceptions with regional, local, and even personal variants has been recorded for groups from central Mexico, as well as the Chiapas Highlands, for example. That said, and given the evidence present in this work, based on the scene depicted in panel 1 of the Mensabot cliff, we posit that the notion of personhood among the post-classic Maya of Mensabak Lake was built on the basis of permeable relational ontology. If the interpretation of panel 1 is correct, and the gaseous form represents the vital breath that flows from the Mensabok God to the child with the intermediation of two officiants, we could be witnessing a process of transition from one state of being to another, perhaps corresponding to the construction of personhood. The archaeological context discussed here incorporates several elements: the location of the site in its liminal aspect, the evidence of ritual meals, the association with Osiris, the presence of Lacandon censers, the rock art, and the relationship of this setting with water. This entire context encouraged us to approach the ontological framework where this type of practice was conducted, thus revealing the notion of becoming a person in the post-classic Maya. Well, that's all. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, we will answer maybe in Spanish because it's easier for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Josué. So we've got plenty of time. Thank you for being on time. We've got plenty of time. That means 10 minutes for questions. Are there any questions? So maybe I will start. I'm really interested in this idea of, you put it under corporality and personhood among the Mayas. And the idea of personhood or corporality. I don't know, kind of, I would like to discuss how closely related those two concepts are. But under the two, you put several ideas depending on language, like all, pishan, ik, or pishan, or ik, or chulel, wayel, ik, kal. Do you think that these are all essential and necessary components of personhood, and how personhood is related to corporality in this case?
Yeah.
Bueno, nosotros en principio lo que hemos hecho fue describir un poquitito basándonos en la etnografía, la etnohistoria, la lingüística, entre los distintos conceptos que nos hablan de exactamente de la corporalidad, para hablar en términos generales de lo que es la noción de persona, en términos ontológicos. Por supuesto son dos conceptos, son dos, digamos, categorías diferentes, pero que consideramos, bueno, constitutivas una de la otra, ¿no? La persona, digamos, la noción de personhood incluso puede revertir muchas otras cosas también, ¿no? Con lo cual, lo que nosotros también queremos manejar cuando hablamos del contexto en general, ¿no? Hay otros elementos que nos hablan también de esta noción individual, de esta noción de permeabilidad, que van más allá de lo corporal, ¿no? Por eso es que estamos un poco trabajando con las dos categorías relacionadas, aunque bueno, sí coincidimos que son dos categorías de análisis diferentes, ¿no?
Claro, y sí van, desde nuestro punto de vista, van muy relacionadas. Por ejemplo, hablamos acerca de los huesos, ¿no? En una diapositiva, y es muy interesante porque alrededor de esta laguna pues hay varias cuevas con restos óseos, con huesos humanos, osarios, ¿no? De diversas temporalidades, y entonces pensamos que ahí también hay prácticas, en este caso, de partibilidad de la persona, ¿no? Donde los huesos eran movidos precisamente por las poblaciones. De hecho, incluso los mayas lacandones, todavía hasta los años 80, movían los huesos de sus familiares y trasladaban entonces los huesos de sus ancestros. Entonces, trasladar solo un hueso implicaba ya trasladar a toda la persona e incluso a toda la comunidad, ¿no? Entonces tenemos ahí muchas prácticas ligadas a la corporalidad, corporality with the personhood. Uh-huh.
For me, it kind of, you know, goes back to this discussion we had about the existence or non-existence of duality. And here again, like, my way of thinking naturally will be like kind of dual. So this is body, this is soul. But here, when we look at those lists of components in different languages you give, again, it seems that this distinction is blurred, that, you know, both the body and non-bodily things make the person, right? No duality.
No duality.
Yeah, and this kind of, and again, we didn't discuss Susan's contribution in detail, but she also talked about the death of the body not being the death of kind of the person, right? So biological death is not social death because the person lives after death on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. We make this connection too, for example, with the hands painting in the rock, for example. We think that is like a partibility too, no? Where the person, like the pilgrims, no, put the paint in the rock, and after he can see that paint, and it's not only a paint, it's a person, and it's the community too, like this lecture. Yeah, we are agree.
Yeah. Any other questions? Let me not dominate the floor, please. Okay, so if not, any second thoughts someone wants to ask? No?
I'm a co-host, so I can't raise my hand.
Oh, you can't?
No, co-hosts can't raise their hands. But that was absolutely fascinating. You know, I looked at it and all I saw was blotches of red and orange. So you worked it all out. The child, what age do you think? I mean, that wasn't an infant. That was a young child. There are other indications in the iconography and in the ethnography of a child of about 6 going through certain rituals where certain aspects of different kinds of personhood were accumulated during life. And that there were these certain rituals at about the age of 6, where, you know, which is like the age of reason. Do you think it's possible that it was that kind of ritual that this child was undergoing, not at birth, not at, you know, adulthood, but but approximately this age of 6 or so, 6 or 7, which we know from other evidence, children went through certain rituals where they were acknowledged as sort of heir apparents or members of their house, or got other aspects of personhood endowed in them.
Yeah, that's
No sé si querés llamar.
okay. That's a very interesting idea. We think that, for example, in between some Yucatec groups, they have a ritual of construction, the personhood, with childs. The age I am not sure, but maybe it's like 6 to 8 to 9 to 9 age. And I think that it's possible that the age of the child was in this rango, ¿no? En este rango. Sí.
Sí, no hay más otro panel de esas características con el que podamos comparar. Digamos, si preguntaba acerca de otra evidencia,
no. This panel is very interesting because is unique in all the area. All the paintings, the rest of the paintings, or the rock motifs, are abstract or some schematic figures. But this panel is the only we have in all the Lacandon jungle, and it's very interesting for us because that permits us to approximate to this lecture about the notion of the person. We know a little more about the person in the classic period, no, the classic times, but in the post-classic, we don't know so much, and we think that the rock art it's a great portal, a great form to approximate. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I can see no hands. I can see no comments in the chat. So I think it's time for a well-deserved coffee break. So we are just on time. We meet again in 20 minutes, 6:20, that's right, for 2 more talks and then a general discussion of the symposium. Thank you to all presenters. Thank you to all participants. Have a nice coffee break. See you in 20 minutes. Okay, so it's time to start the last session of the day. I hope everybody is back. I hope everybody rested a bit. And we've got plenty of energy to listen to our two talks in this session. So I would like to welcome Daniel Grecco-Pacheco with a talk entitled The Concept of Wrapping and its Ontological Character Among the Maya, the Creation of New Beings and Other Forms of Existence.
Hello.
Hello, Daniel.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning for some of us. I'm Daniel Grecco-Pacheco. I am a doctoral student in archaeology here in Mexico in the Escuela Nacional de Antropología y Historia. And I would like to, once again, thanks to the organizing committee of the event for the invitation, for the opportunity to present my investigation in this important symposium, a wonderful symposium, but a lot of very interesting talks. And I really appreciate this opportunity for sharing this space with distinguished researchers who I have great admiration for. And so let's start to share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it works fine.
Okay, so I will start. Okay, so let's start. I start with the main goals of my presentation. This talk intends to present a discussion about the Maya textile wrapped objects, something that was already discussed during this event in the speeches of Pedro Pitarch, Alan Christensen, and also Alice Balsanelli, but which I will resume today with my presentation, with the proposal of some questions that guided this investigation. Why are some types of objects wrapped? What does wrapped mean? In seeking to respond those questions, the concept of wrapping was taught from the approach proposed by the recursive ontological archaeology, an approach that finds to generate concepts from the own ontology of the studied societies of the past, with the recognition of the existence of multiple ontologies in the past and in the present. And as a case study, I will present the textile wrapped objects of the Rosalila in Copan, Honduras, and a wrapped maize offrand found at the Barton Creek cave in Belize. Well, the bundles are an important element present in all Mesoamerica in different times, and also in different parts of America, like in the Andes and in some peoples of the United States. It's a fundamental element of the Mesoamerican religious tradition. The bundles are present from the pre-classic period in the Olmec area to the contemporary period in different Mesoamerican places. According to Fray Andrés de Olmos, the wrappings would be the main objects of reverence among the indigenous peoples. The textiles have a great importance for all Mesoamerican people. It can be identified with some ideas like the Mesoamerican cosmos formed by a great interwoven of threads that form a fabric in a weave that unites heaven and earth in a huge seam. According to Pedro Pitarch, textile metaphors such as weaving, folding, wrapping, tying are used as analogies to describe the relations with the other sides, the other ontological space. Among the Maya, the wrap and the act of wrapping important objects are a recurring motif in the classic period iconography in the lowlands. Its most common representation is the figure of long knots and tied round bags. Among the ancient Maya, there are some common aspects which characterizes the idea of the bundle. Different authors propose ideas like the bundles as powerful objects, objects that represent the power of the Ahau during the classic period, transformation objects, objects related to the ancestral veneration, or related to maintenance of purity, or elements of wealth. All of these interpretations came from a representational perspective. And the study that I will present here has a different proposal. I looked to study and identify the ontological aspect of the Maya bundles of different temporalities. During my investigation, I identified different types of bundles among the ancient Maya. And what I will present today, it's only one type of it, the bundles who has an ontological characteristic. These ideas came from different previous insights, mainly due to the presence of two elements of contemporary ethnographies in Santiago Atitlan, Guatemala, the Tutuhil textile beans. The first case came from the cult of Cofradias bundle in Santiago Atitlan, from the previous studies made by Michael Mendelsohn, Robert Carlsen, and above all, the ethnographies did by the Dr. Alan Christensen. There were important elements and ideas that contributed to my first reflections about the bundles. Martin is a bundle present in the Confraria of San Juan Bautista in a Tutuhil community. He's the patron of the maize crops, of the land, of the mountains, of the volcanoes that surround the community, of the ancestral spirits. The bundle gives him a physical corporality and permits the presence of intangible beings like the cosmos beings in our ordinary world. Another important idea also came from the work did by Robert Carlsen and Martin Prechtel during the 80s, with the idea that connected the process of the production of a textile with the process of a birth. The Maya textile production is an ontological event, the birth, the creation of a new being. This process is made by an animated loom with different parts of the body connected to the tree of life. The maize provides the consistency to the threads, the body of the fabric beans. When the weaver is connected to the loom by the waist, she gives shape to this new being from her corporeality, from a bodily movement, which gives birth to this new being. So thinking about these cases and due to the recent studies made by Pedro Pitarch about the Maya textile metaphors as elements of a contact with the other ontological space, I decided to work with the recursive ontological archaeology approach and to think about a concept of wrapping between the Mayas of different temporalities with the focus on its ontological aspect. And I concentrate my studies on the bundle's presence in the Maya archaeological materials. So the ontological archaeology approach belongs to a postmodern or a post-processual archaeology. The main idea of the ontology concept worked by this approach is related with other worlds, other ways of thinking and acting different from the Western world. It proposes to discuss the constitution of the beings and elements of other ontologies besides the Western one. It recognizes the existence of multiple ontologies in the past and allows different possibilities to understand these other ways of thinking, contributing to a recognition of the presence of other modes of existence beyond the human one. Basically, these approaches seek to reconfigure theoretically and conceptually the archaeology and the materiality. It uses ethnographic concepts as sources for reflections and reconceptualizations of theoretical questions about the materiality, to understand the relation of the different beings and entities with the material world. It's an approach proposed by Benjamin Alberti from the work of Martin Hobart and Morten Pedersen, an approach that was influenced by the idea that methodologies that think through things. And another important point discussed by this archaeological approach is the conceptualization, because to access these other worlds and other ways of thinking, it's necessary the creation of concepts that can make worlds, concepts that can be discussed from the use of the ethnographic data with societies associated with the archaeological material we studied, or concepts that came from the material analysis of the things. So I used this approach to think about the concept of wrapping among the Maya, the Pish concept. My proposal was to think about the bundles for the concept of Maya thought and philosophy. The Maya cosmos is divided into two ontological states or states of being, the ordinary world and the other side of something, a space of unstable substances, essences, anemic entities, ancestors, and gods. The bundles are the results of a relation between these two ontological spaces. The relations of the bundle with the other Maya ontological space can also be perceived in the lexicon of some Maya languages. In Maya Yucatec, we have the concept of pish, which means to wrap, to tie, to cover, and pishan, the soul or something that is offered or received from the other world. The Calepino de Mutu dictionary from Yucatan from the 16th century, as well as the Maya Cordemex from contemporary Yucatec, indicates that the same word pishan can be used both for soul that gives life to the body and for thing that it's covered, thing wrapped. This linguistic and conceptual proximity between the terms can also be seen in other contemporary Yucatecan dictionaries and among the Chol, the Chuj, the Itza, the Jacaltecos, the Canjolabales, Lacandones, and also between Tzotziles and Tzeltales. In the classic period, we have some different glyphs related to the idea of wrap. The Cal glyph, which means to wrap, to lock, to finish, to bind something, is also used related to the Caltunes, the ceremonies that were performed to celebrate the end of a Catun among the ancient Maya. Another glyph related to the concept of wrap is the joy glyph, represented graphically by a bundle and means something related to inaugural events, consecrate, bless something, and that are present in rituals of ascension of power. Other mention of the idea of wrap in the classic period comes from Palenque and from Linda Schiele and Nikolai Grube's discussion about the P glyph. And we have the other glyph that is related to another type of bundle, the Ikats glyph, what is usually read as a tribute or burden. So the concept of pish was thought from a recursive ontological archaeology approach. It was thought of as an ethnographic category, a heuristic research as a means to better understand the archaeological material. That proposed that the step one, think as heuristic, when we remove from the Maya bundles their former Western meanings. The step two, think equals a concept with the use of ethnographic, epigraphic, ethnohistorical, and linguistic data to fill in the thing with other concepts. And finally, the step three, the thing becomes a concept with the reflection and creation of a new concept for the thing based on the ethnographic data. So we have the pish concept. The bundles are woven following a model of creation of the Mesoamerican cosmos and serve as a model of this cosmos. The pish, when it's open, it's related with the four sides of the Maya, of the cosmos Maya. Its materiality is associated with this primordial sense. And the bundle serve to retain elements of the other ontological space in the solar ordinary world. They wrap virtual objects that have their activation in our world. They create relational fields between elements of different ontologies. The pish in the classic Maya iconography appears in some important moments and related with the inframundo. It appears being handled by the cosmos entities and also by the ancestors, for example. That is, the pish can be seen as elements of contact between these two ontological spaces. So the pish allows that different types of beings to come to life. And the beings that are generated by the bundles need to be cared for, nourished, adored, in a constant exchange of affects. And by wrapping certain types of objects or beings, these bundles become the same being of the object wrapped. The two elements become one. The wrap and the intangible being of the other space became the same element. These conceptual characteristics of the pish also merge with their own materiality. Just as beings from the other space are unstable and fragile beings when they are in our ordinary world, the textile that make up these bundles are also fickle and unstable. They are made of perishable materials. Their materiality also indicates an instability, a temporary and limited existence. The second question related to a bundle that I would like to emphasize is how those pish could create some relational fields between elements of different ontologies inside a meshwork. Working with the Tin Ingold's ideas of the concept of meshwork and relational ontologies, which presupposes that humans, no humans, beings, objects, landscapes, natural phenomena can interact with each other in meshworks of relations in order to form an exchange and expanded sociability. The meshwork is composed by lines in time and space, things, beings, and people that intersect in a constant movement. They are elements endowed with agentive potential created and that gain an action from those relations. After discussing the Pish concept, I can think about the different presence of the bundles during the Maya classic period. So let's see some examples. The first is the most common bundles appears in the iconography, the bundles at the act of the enthronement of the Ahau as part of the personhood of important ancestors. The second is the time wrapped in the cartoon's endings, the wrapping of animated beings of time during the cartoon ceremonies. The third is the rulers wrapped after their death in a preparation to his travel to the underworld and to his rebirth as the maize god, the bundle as a renovation element. And the fourth are the entities of the Maya cosmos wrapped. And another one is the bundled offerings, the contacts with the other Maya ontological space, a materialization of the cosmos beings. So we enter in my first case study, the offering to the beings of maize in the Barton Creek Cave in Belize. The Barton Creek Cave is a site with an occupation and ritual activity between the early classic period and the late classic. Some human remains were found buried in the cave as well as objects and offerings. It's important to emphasize the role of the cave in the Maya ontology, a place connected to the inframundo, the world of ancestors, dead, creators of the cosmos, and other types of beings. Some studies at this cave have been carried out by Christopher Morhart and his colleagues during the year of 2000. In one of those studies, this team recovered a textile fragment. The fragment was recovered from a 1 liter flotation sample collected from a 4 or 6 meter surface. The sample elements collected present a great diversity of plants, in particular some maize fragments. All of those elements were wrapped in a textile fragment with 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. And the Barton Creek fragment is similar to other textile remains found in the Maya lowlands in ceremonial contexts, such as tombs, caches, caves, and cenotes. The analysis carried out by a scanning electron microscopy revealed long, narrow, single-celled fibers characteristic of the cotton. In addition to the textile fragment, 5 sets of folded fibers were recovered from another sampling site. These sets are probably remnants of the same fabric because their technical attributes are identical. The cotton fibers of both elements A and B were spun in C. The yarns spun in C were then folded into S to create composite sets. The material, technical, contextual analysis of the objects and the textile fragment of the Barton Creek Cave suggests that it was a part of a ceremonial textile wrap, a pish. It would have been used to establish a contact with the maize entities present in the Maya cosmos possible for a petition. When wrapping the maize seeds, the pish allowed the presence and the performance of the beings of the maize in the ordinary world. It recreates a fundamental element of the Maya creation, the maize. And as it was mentioned by Dr. Christensen during his workshop, in dealing and referring to the maize, the Maya would be referring to the maize god himself. The pish could materialize these beings of the maize, as well as Martin, the patron of maize crops of the land currently present in the San Juan Confradias in Santiago Atitlan. Okay, let's go now to my second case study, the wrapped objects from the Rosalila's cache in Copan, Honduras. The Rosalila is located on the north acropolis of the site of Copan. It's a substructure of the structure 16 and was built later than the structure known as La Margarita. All these buildings were decorated with ornamental designs in honor to the founder of the main lineage of Copan, Kinish Yash Kupmo. The temple was built sometime between 553 and 578 by the ruler Tsi Balam, the 10th ruler of Copan. And okay, the cache found by Ricardo Agurcia and his colleagues was located in the central part of the structure, and it's composed by 9 eccentric flints, 3 lanceolate flint spearheads, 3 spiny oyster shields, 1 green stone bead, 1 stingray spine, and remains of marine animal bones. The cache is dated between 710 and 775 after Christ. Among these objects found in the Rosalila cache, I would like to highlight the presence of the 9 eccentric flints. These objects were found wrapped in different layers of textiles. Among the Maya, the eccentric flint appears from the late pre-classic period and early classic until the post-classic, and it's also possible to find them in the iconography of some vessels, panels, and stelae. They are associated with the entity Kawil, the protective entity of the Maya rulers of the classic period. The Kawil's entities are associated with the contexts which have some kind of relation with the inframundo. These entities are the protective beings of the Maya rulers. They are present during the enthronement scenes associated with other objects wrapped in textiles, as it appears in the Palenque's iconography, like in the panel of the slaves, in the palace tablet, in the Temple 14 tablet, and in the panel of the Temple of the Foliated Cross, the Temple of the Sun, and also in the Temple of the Cross. Okay, now we will see the textiles. The textiles found in the wraps of the eccentric flints were analyzed by Margaret Ordonez using a scanning electron microscopy and an X-ray diffraction. After these studies, 4 different types of fabrics have been identified. The first type of textile is a plain weave cotton fabric made from Z-spoon yarns with a fabric count of approximately 15 per 15 threads per centimeters, with thread diameters from 0.1 to 0.6 millimeters, exposed surfaces, and coated with azurite and green malachite powder. The second type, a plain weave cotton fabric made from thread spoon in C with a fabric count of approximately 10 per 10 threads per centimeter, with thread diameters from 0.2 to 0.7 millimeters. The third type is unusual flat weave fabric made of large white threads spun in C with diameters up to 0.8 centimeters. Many of these wires will have hollow centers. Malachite crystals have been found scattered on these surfaces. And the wrap number 4, a brown bark tissue fabric made of fibrous inner bark of woody plants. And here we have another photo of the eccentric covered by a textile wrap. And my interpretation of this eccentrics wrap is that they materialize the Kawil's presence in the ordinary ontological space, which would be the on-being present in an unstable way in our solar world. The way these beings could act is from the presence of the wrap, which the pitch and the Kawil were merged into a single element, which the pitch would be the Kawil itself present in the ordinary world. The cache has a relational aspect. It establishes a contact between the elite of Copan and the beings and elements present in the creation of the Maya cosmos. The presence of Kawil in the form of eccentrics will be related to the protection of the lineage of the rulers and the sacred spaces of the Rosalila during a troubled political moment in the city. In addition, the invocation of the protective entities of the lineage established the request for protection to the Copan dynasty itself, an stability that culminates with the independence of Quiriguá by Cactiliu Chanyoat, who has captured and beheaded Huaxaclajún Upacawil in April of 1738. All of this delicate political situation in Copan during the 8th century could have resulted in the need for petitions to the lineage protectors for extra protection to Copan, which at that time seemed to be at risk. Well, I came to the end of this presentation. I have presented a reflection about the ontological aspect of the textile wraps among the Maya, using the approach of recursive ontological archaeology. I proposed a conceptual reflection about the Maya bundle from ethnographic, ethnostoric, linguistic, and epigraphic data to develop the concept of pitch as an element that materializes contacts between the different ontological spaces present in the Maya world. Such elements can be considered as parts of the other ontological space in the ordinary space, with the function of materializing these supernatural entities and beings with the ability to form a meshwork of ontological relations within them by bringing together different kinds of beings under the same space. With the two case studies presented, I tried to show how we can think of an application of the concept of wrapping. From investigations that develop concepts beyond the Western context, it's possible to think an approach to study the ontologies of the past. I think that such approaches are an important tool for an attempt to democratize the knowledge with an openness to the presence of other ontology and other forms of knowledge within this scientific knowledge. And then I conclude my presentation. This is my contact, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Bravo, that's right. Okay, any raised hands to ask a question?
Okay. I have to stop sharing. Or...
Okay, we've got a question from Eric Aldana.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah. Hey, hi. Well, Daniel, this was very interesting and very insightful. Thank you very much for sharing it. I've been making some studies in the Yaxchilan area, and I found a lot of bundles and a lot of bundle representations in Yaxchilan lintels. So I found it very interesting because, well, Yaxchilan actually copied a couple of iconography from Palenque, but it seems that this bundle exactly was like probably impersonating something sacred, right? Like you said. And this is not actually a question, it's more like a commentary. So in Yaxchilan, it seems like this bundle was kind of a representation of lineage. And it's represented very prominently because, you know, there were very turbulent times in Yaxchilan. And these bundles seem to be like the representation of the actual lineage that was governing in Yaxchilan. So, you know, this bundle is being held by women. And all these women are accompanying the king, which is Yaxumbalam in this particular case. And Yaxumbalam was holding a Kawil scepter. So it was some sort of a dance where a woman is actually holding the bundle and Yaxumbalam is holding a Kawil scepter. So there's also, you know, like iconographical relationship with what you were saying in Kawil and lineage and all that stuff. It's definitely something related. And during this investigation that I'm mentioning, I had a friend. He's studying anthropology, and he told me that there is like a lot of different communities that still use bundles in their not day to day, but they still use bundles on their specific or special dates. A couple of weeks ago, actually, there was a specific ceremony in Mixco. Mixco is very close to Guatemala City. It's like, yeah, it's pretty close to Guatemala City, and there was a huge ceremony in their special day in Mexico, and they actually used a bundle to commemorate the date. And something that is very, very interesting in this particular case is that the important part was not the thing that is inside the bundle, but for them, for the Pocomams in Mexico, the important part is the cloth, the actual cloth. That's the sacred part, and they actually have this special cloth, and they do a lot of rituals around the cloth, and yeah, I mean, they rub. It's a liquor. It's kusha, I believe. It's a local liquor, and they rub the liquor, and that makes the liquor sacred. But the sacred part is basically the cloth, the piece of cloth. So it's all very interesting, and it's very connected with everything that you were saying.
Thanks a lot, Eric. It's a very interesting commentary. Yes, I also studying these bundles at the Ashiland, and definitely I think this case of bundles is connecting with the lineage, the ancestors, no? Because also in Palenque we have a lot of this case of bundles, no, handled by or by ancestors or by some members of the elite, no? And also in this case, what I'm thinking about is that these bundles could bring to this new ruler, this new Ahau, some elements of the personhood of the personhood of these ancestral beings, no? And also a type of practice to conform also the social person of this Ahau, no? So it's a very interesting thing about these bundles in those contexts, no? In the context of the enthronement, or in context related to some ceremonial activities of that elite, no? And also it's also another important, interesting element, this that you mentioned, the dance, no? Because in Yaxchilán we have this iconography that it appears that the women, the persons who handed the bundle is like dancing, or I don't know. And also we have in the contemporary communities, like you said, in Mixo, in other types of ceremonies involving the bands, that the person also dance with the bundle, no? Like the ceremonies have in the cofradías of Santiago, for example. Also, I saw another types of connection also with these elements, no? So thank you very much for your comment.
Alan, did you raise your hand?
I did. Daniel, I wonder if you could talk also, of course, bundling and wrapping is incredibly important, but I wonder if you could also talk briefly about the unwrapping of the bundle. Of course, in the Popol Vuh, you have the Pisón Cacál, which is the bundled power, bundled glory, but they were specifically told when they were given by the ancestors that they were not to open the bundle until they had achieved political power. Or in Santiago Huatitlan, they almost never open that bundle. In fact, it hasn't been opened in years. And only on November 11th, and only under very, very cautious circumstances with the doors and windows closed so that the power of the bundle wouldn't escape. So when do you think these bundles were opened?
Yes, I think it's a very interesting question, Dr. Christensen. I have to think more about it, for example, because why in some elements of the iconography it appears open the bundle, no? Like in Palenque, for example. I think it's a very good question to think about why in those occasions the bundle was open, no? Because I know exactly this in this ceremonies in Santiago from your work at Santiago, that he's never opened the bundle, no? Because the bundle is a very powerful element to be open, no? Or could be open only in, I don't know, in specific times in midnight. No? So I think it's a very good question, a very good element to think this, I don't know, why those bundles are open, in why we have these images of the bundle open in the iconography of the classic period. I think that could be a great element to think about. Thank you for your suggestion.
Okay, and one more question from Rosemary, and I think we'll have to move the rest to the discussion after our session.
Well, first of all, thank you for a really wonderful, focused demonstration of the transformative potential of this kind of work. And it's really, especially given the timing, I'll just make two comments. The first one is, I think it's very important to underline your point that this perspective requires us to move away from representationalism. And that's a particular challenge when we are looking at visual imagery or even texts, to treat them not as representations of some other phenomenon, but as phenomena themselves, ontologically distinct. So the question of, for example, what bundles are doing in the Yaxchilan lintels becomes transformed by your presentation. The original comment that I wanted to make, and perhaps it will come up in our general discussion though, is that you make it very clear that the formative action here is boundary making. The bundle, the textile itself, establishes what Karen Barad, the philosopher whose work I'm engaging with, calls a cut in what is otherwise the continuous material phenomenon. And it's that cut that establishes the two kinds of entities in what otherwise is a monist ontology. And I think that your presentation is an excellent embodiment of that. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosemary Joyce. I have for your comment. And it's the first thing that you mentioned, it's very interesting because in my investigation, I also trying to think about this type of exchange of materiality of the bundle, like why the bundle it's appear in the iconography by the form of the rock. This exchange of materiality of the bundle from the textile to the rock, and how it means how we can think about this. No, it's changed your ontological meaning or not, and that's an excellent question that I trying to think about, because I think it's very important to think about this kind of exchange of the materiality of these objects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. I saw there were other questions, but let us move on now. Please write your questions down. We don't want to lose any of them. And let us move on to our last talk of the symposium. Dr. Rosemary Joyce will talk about animatis geontologies and agential realism, a medieval Honduran alchemy.
Thank you. I assume you can see the PowerPoint.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Great. First, I want to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate. I'm delighted to share this work in progress that reconsiders materials usually treated as inert or inactive, geological substances that even recent new ontological thought often exclude from the otherwise all-embracing concept of the liveliness of things. In my book manuscript, I consider 4 geological or inorganic substances: clay, obsidian, marble, and copper, which come into use in approximately that sequence over the long history of pre-Hispanic inhabitation of Honduras, from before 8000 BC to the 16th century AD. One of the central questions I confront is how the vitality inherent to each material created conditions for human relationships with them, as well as relationships among them. This may recall the concept of relational ontology, but what I'm actually grounding my work in is a distinct thread of monist ontological thought. I root the project first in the realist ontology of physicist Karen Barad, in its focus on the kind of matter whose agential capacity humans have the hardest time acknowledging. It's aligned with the geontology of ethnographer Elizabeth Povinelli. I demonstrate the pertinence for these forms of matter, of animacy, not drawing on the concept of animism, but on the discussion of animacy hierarchies and mineral matter by Mel Chen. As this is a book-length project, I necessarily restrict myself today to part of the story, that which deals with obsidian. Obsidian is ubiquitous in archaeological collections from Caribbean coastal Honduras, as segments of pressure-made blades produced from polyhedral cores, as flakes, and more rarely as bifaces. Yet outside its appearance as products of technical processes, obsidian, as agential matter, was invisible to me in the landscape of northern Honduras for almost 20 years. In the absence of extensive chemical characterization studies, at the time, archaeologists believed that obsidian made its way from far south along the border of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras to the distant north where I work. This material was described as normally coming from either the Ixtepeque or La Esperanza sources, rarely from El Chayal, the only one of the three major sources that I had visited myself, a visit which shaped my imagination of how people encountered this material as a mountainous exposure with a glassy face. As for many people, for me, obsidian sources were points, specifically volcanic places, and I saw nothing like those points in my vicinity. This held true despite the fact that material produced through volcanic activity was extremely visible in the sites where I was working. Architecture and sculpture from sites dating between 600 and 800 AD was made of blocks of rhyolite, within which glittered small black nodules, which geoarchaeologist Kevin Pope identified in 1983 as volcanic glass. These rhyolite blocks came from sediments exposed in the mountains west of the valley floodplain. They are part of a geologic formation that extends over much of northern Honduras, reaching into Nicaragua on the east. Sheets of ignimbrite, technically described as welded deposits of very fine grains of glassy material. The specific ignimbrite selected for use in the Ulua Valley in architecture and sculpture are generally bright white in color, part of a relationality to materials mediated by color that I explore in the book project. At the sites of Travesía and Cerro Palenque, blocks like these were covered in thick stucco containing crushed rhyolite fragments, emphasizing the attribute of color, and raising the question of how human actions engaging with geological materials through processes such as grinding, mixing, and heating link materials that archaeologists see as absolutely different, raw materials versus craft products. The flows of mineral matter represented by these ignimbrite sheets were of course pyroclastic, but I did not see them as related to the notional image of obsidian source, which my education had provided me. This relative invisibility of obsidian changed as a result of my collaboration with an archaeological material scientist in a way that can be more precisely understood through Barad's agential realism. Her proposition, based on work by Niels Bohr, is that the nature of matter is constituted by the apparatus through which observations are carried out. That is, that human, non-human engagements constitute what we understand of the material world, our ontology. Barad insists on the inseparability of epistemology and ontology, on knowing and being. A phenomenon, Barad argues, is a suite of material discursive practices through which boundaries are constituted. Thus, she rejects representationalism. Following Bohr in using diffraction as an example, not simply, as it was for Donna Haraway, a metaphor or analogy, Barad identifies the phenomenon as constituted by a particular apparatus through which boundaries are produced and phenomena delimited. When I recognize a soil color contrast as a phenomenon, I am engaging in what Barad calls a topological reconfiguration, in which the soil color and texture and my visual and tactile engagement are inseparable. There is no phenomenon until I delineate these contrasts as one, in this case, a post hole. The same was true for ancient Hondurans engaging with materials on the landscape, and our task is to be able to approximate the kind of apparatus represented by those past inhabitants of the landscape. My understanding of obsidian as a firmly demarcated material category changed as a result of shifts in the nature of the apparatus through which I perceived the geontology of the Ulua River Valley. The drainage of the Ulua River extends over some 2,400 square kilometers inland from the Caribbean, guided by geological faults that intersect heterogeneous materials. Throughout the valley, areas of low hills composed of limestone and cobble conglomerates occur, forming part of the late Cretaceous Valle de Angeles group, shown in pink on this map. The valley is bordered by mountains in which exposures of Paleozoic, granitic, and granodiorite rocks are interspersed with micaceous schists and gneisses, exposed mainly on the east and northwest, the purple and moss green tones here. These are in contact with metamorphic formations containing marble, shown in light blue. The extensive Padre Miguel formation of ignimbrite beds of Miocene-Pliocene age occur throughout the region, largely underlying these materials. Materials from all four of these geologies were collected and used by people living in houses situated along the valley floor. I argue that we should treat these materials as an assemblage whose boundaries were established in practice in ways that do not correspond to archaeological boundary making. I was part of the original apparatus of archaeological boundary making in the late 1970s and early 1980s, through which around 500 archaeological sites with visible surface features were delineated in the valley. The best studied examples of sites with surface architecture were first occupied around 400 to 200 BC. On excavation, many of these sites in the river valley show evidence of long histories of dwelling in the same place, the formation of a deposit of materials of different textures and colors, not unlike the uneven landscape of materials of different colors and textures that we attribute to natural or geological forces. Expanding the scale at which we analyze the distribution of materials, the valley and surrounding mountains can be understood as a single site composed by human and non-human engagements. The longest sequence of human obsidian engagement in the valley documented so far comes from the riverbank location Puerto Escondido, where human occupation is visible from before 1500 BC until at least the 8th century AD. This place is located along a tributary that runs into one of the two major branches of the Ulua River. As it is north of the Chimalacon River, the streams that fed the site came from granitic rock formations and carried with them perceptible amounts of mica, products of rock weathering. Locally available clays containing these traces of mica were shaped into the earliest pottery made at the site, connecting the mountains and the pottery through visible mineral matter. After 1100 BC, a shift in tempering of pottery introduced products of ignimbrites, fragments of rhyolite, what archaeologists loosely call volcanic ash. At the same time, residents of Puerto Escondido conserved sets of unworked obsidian nodules of relatively small size, comparable to examples we recovered when we explored potential sources of volcanic glass in the mountains west of the river. After our first field season at Puerto Escondido, I engaged a colleague, a specialist in obsidian composition and use, to analyze a random stratified sample of 100 objects, proportionally representing blades and flakes. When my colleague gave me the data he casually noted that there must be an unknown source close to the site, since 83% of the samples did not match any of the sources in his database. While most of the blades did match sources that had been characterized, almost all the flakes and a few blades had a distinctive chemical composition, within which he recognized two distinct profiles. Thus, our next field season adopted as a goal expanding research on obsidian. Project members engaged in prospecting for marble outcrops also encountered samples of obsidian in a stream tributary to the Alua. Additional small nodules of obsidian in a matrix of white crushed rock derived from the ignimbrites were collected in two locations near the upland town of El Venado in the mountains where the stream originated. An undergraduate research intern working with my colleague analyzed additional samples after this season, 247 blades and 247 flakes and 60 blades, representing all chronological periods and proportionately sampling products of the two technologies present. With this additional work, we were able to see patterns of obsidian source use develop over time and see variation in sources used for obsidian worked with bipolar percussion and products of pressure flaking of prepared blade cores. Through time, sources of obsidian located at greater distances from the site rise in importance, primarily because of an increase in the use of prismatic blades. Nonetheless, throughout its history, more local obsidian derived from deposits in the ignimbrite formations than obsidian from distant sources was used by the people of Puerto Escondido. Geologists working in the region in 1969 had identified glass nodules in the local ignimbrites, but noted a lack of obvious domes, identifying only one securely. They suggested that vents might be most easily identified by the presence of more silicified ignimbrites marking centers of eruption. Obsidian from El Venado was associated with precisely such structures. Road cutting operations had sliced through the outer and lower edges of a series of low rolling domes in the tuff. At their bases, bands of small nodules of obsidian, less than 3 centimeters, are present in a white matrix. These nodules are generally banded gray to opaque with rounded cortex. Most are subrounded to rounded, although they appear to have remained in the original tuff, and they're probably quenched pyroclasts within the ash flow tuff eruptions. Recognizable differences in composition exist between obsidian collected at different points around the town. Flakes present near the cemetery in El Venado suggest past human activity in this area. Overall, the composition of the samples can be distinguished collectively from other outcrops in the same ignimbrite formations. Thus, the domes around the modern town of El Venado were identified as a primary obsidian source. The El Venado source was used in antiquity by the occupants of Puerto Escondido. The presence of rough cortex and adhering white material on some nodules indicates that this obsidian was collected from primary outcrops, not from secondary stream deposits. A second location where we collected, at La Union in Santa Barbara, was the source most intensively used by the very earliest residents of Puerto Escondido, even before the beginning of ceramic production there. The more distant Las Bronzas source used in this early period dropped out of use after 1400 BC. At the same time, additional northern Honduran outcrops distinct from La Union began to rise in popularity. Then, between 1100 and 900 BC, bipolar production of flakes from northern Honduran glass expanded to include examples from the El Venado source. It is certain, based on our observations, that visitors from Puerto Escondido made their way to El Venado at this time, bringing back the geological material. To think about the implications of their engagements with these materials further, I draw on the ontology of modern descendants of the likely ancestral population of the area. Based on analysis of historic documents, the lower Alua Valley was occupied by people who spoke an ancestral Lenca language in the 16th century. Lenca continued to be spoken in central Honduras into the 20th century. For historic and more recent Lenca people, the land is inhabited by active spirits who control the materials that make up the environment of human actors. These spirits are sometimes referred to as owners of the earth, clay, field, or other non-human elements of the environment. They can be invited to participate in shared meals with humans as part of required payments to the spirits for the use of the resources that they animate. These ceremonies ascribe liveliness or animacy to non-humans, including objects and plants. This has become a familiar topic in some new materialist thought concerning what Jane Bennett calls vibrancy and others describe as animism. The specific approach on which I'm drawing from the linguist Mel Chen may be less familiar. Chen departs from a linguistic tenet that holds that human languages universally possess an animacy hierarchy, in which all things in the world can be ranked as more or less animate, more or less capable of doing something. While the possession of an animacy hierarchy is a universal, the configuration of animacy hierarchies is not universal. A post-Enlightenment animacy hierarchy, evident in English and in other European languages, presents humans as the most animate, non-human animals as less animate, plants as even less animate, and rocks and minerals as virtually without animacy, inert. Yet this is not an ordering that can be assumed in other times and places. And in fact, Chen shows that even in modern English speech, this animacy hierarchy is flexible. Chen pursues the way that some mineral substances, mercury and lead in particular, shifted higher up the animacy hierarchy under specific circumstances in recent decades in the modern US. Following Chen's example, I attempt to model how we might see evidence of shifting animacy hierarchies through the ways humans in Honduras engaged with non-humans, including non-humans that Europeans have in recent centuries redefined as inanimate, geological materials like obsidian and marble. Ethnographic work in Honduran Lenca communities by anthropologists, folklorists, and specialists in religious studies provides a beginning point for my understanding of possible animacy hierarchies. Systematic research in the 1960s and 1970s described notionally distinct bodies of practice of payments to spirits of the earth and ceremonies related to Roman Catholic saints. However, the distinction drawn between these two kinds of ceremonies was never clear, and a common thread underlies all these practices. The most recent ethnographic research is especially helpful in exploring Lenca ontological understanding, supporting both rituals of the saints and those of the earth. Materials for which modern Lenca arrange payments to spirits are those that concern contemporary farmers and craft producers, the soil of the agricultural fields, the water obtained from springs, healthy domestic animals, and the clay and sand used in traditional pottery making. Obsidian is not part of the geological taskscape of contemporary Lenca. It was, however, for their colonial ancestors well into the 18th century. In the same period, in petitions, indigenous people asked Spanish authorities for protection of their towns because of their role in caring for the animate earth. These were people who maintained pragmatic practices with long-standing tradition, including using obsidian, alongside an ontology in which materials, including inorganic ones, do not belong to humans but possess their own animate capacities. I thus propose that what the people of Puerto Escondido saw when they went into the mountains near El Venado in the 10th century BC was not an inert geological resource. They saw a landscape inhabited by matter with varying potential to be active. We can imagine the transactions of these pilgrims by analogy with traditions recorded for modern Lenca, who recount how their predecessors encountered beings at springs and significant trees in the landscape, sometimes in the form of images or musical instruments that emerged from trees and rock faces. Brought back to the towns, these materialized forces of animacy were always apt to leave and return to their original places, unless the humans who encountered them carried out specific necessary actions. In contemporary oral traditions, the animate beings carried into the towns are described as saints, and the humans they encounter are sometimes, but not always, able to secure their stable presence by constructing places for them to live, like this grotto church. The anthropomorphic images of Roman Catholic saints in such shrines are talked about as alive, contrasted explicitly by Lenca speakers with similar images that have no such liveliness. These stories of animate saints are simply the most dramatic examples of a wider Lenca discourse, seen in the ceremonies of payment to the earth spirits, in which spirits come to temporarily stay in anthropomorphic or phytomorphic objects while partaking of meals offered in recognition of the use of materials they control. Something like this is what we need to imagine happening when people from Puerto Escondido visited the domes near the modern town of El Venado and removed rock containing nodules of unworked obsidian, taking it back to their village far from the origin place of the animate material. The matrix rock served as temper for the innovative ceramics that were newly introduced at the same time that El Venado obsidian appears first to have been exploited. Here we have a firm basis in modern Lenca practice to suggest that the tempering material would have required a payment feast, as the collection of sand used for temper does today in Lenca pottery practice, and would have been understood as animate. In this way, we might come to understand the El Venado domes viewed as animate. Further, if we take this Lenca ontology seriously, the black nodules embedded in the white matrix need not have been seen as two different kinds of geologic matter, but as one animate being made available in two forms, a being made up of substances of distinct character, just as human beings and other living things are. If each outcrop of minerals that humans engaged with had its own capacity for animacy, as it does today, then the diversity of sources of obsidian represented at Puerto Escondido might be seen as a product of many independent actions through which relations were established between different groups of humans and animate spirits of mineral matter, understood to be diverse beyond a singular geological category of volcanic glass like that we as archaeologists bring to this scene. For ancestral Lenca at El Venado, permission to use obsidian and crushed rhyolite would have been subject to the assent of the animate spirit of the material itself. Unlike a purely pragmatic exploitation of a raw material, this means that everything recognized as part of the body of the animate being was potentially of equal potency, equal importance, if not of equal utility, or if of differential use. Ancient Hondurans were not just collecting predefined raw material to make stone tools. They were transacting an ongoing bond with volcanic glass as a glittering, black and white, sometimes sharp, sometimes dense, material coactor in the production of objects of everyday life and ceremony. The places where these materials were found were origin sites, not simply mines. They were imbued with activity, with power, with capacities that made them efficacious. This is a vastly different vision of the relationship of people in this landscape and obsidian. I developed it through considering the differences among three distinct human, non-human assemblages through which the matter of obsidian takes shape. In my original understanding, obsidian was invisible, except as worked objects, tools made from cores prepared from large boulders of homogeneous material. Then, with the addition of the apparatus to the apparatus of my colleague, the contours of obsidian shifted. It became visible as small nodules, even gravel-sized pellets, always embedded in a fine-grained volcanic glass matrix, becoming a more continuous material, less discrete, harder to differentiate from its geological background. If this was all that this story had to tell, it would be an interesting methodological account, reflecting poorly on my stubborn incapacity to learn about the actual geology of volcanic stone in the region. But there's a third apparatus we've been able to recognize by taking note that obsidian is not a natural given, but a phenomenon produced through certain forms of observation. This third apparatus is the historical one, comprised of visitors to the El Venado Hills in antiquity, who brought back to Puerto Escondido blocks of ignimbrite to be crushed as tempering material, decomposed into white and dark fragments under an ontology of activity, in which the heterogeneity of the rock did not necessarily imply it was composed of two different materials, as much as two parts of a single animate body. That could be argued to be a folk model of the geology. But this way of thinking about the ignimbrite as a texturally heterogeneous material is truer to the observable characteristics of the geology and truer to the ontology of obsidian in this place and time, formed not as a flow of melted rock, but as a mixture of different textures and colors. The geochemistry of the 20th century shifted the phenomena I could recognize. The alchemy of ancient Honduras, however, had already done so for ancient Hondurans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are just opening the floor for discussion.
Are we seeing raised? Okay.
Please raise your hand if you wish to make a comment.
Okay, we have a small question in a comment and a question in the chat by Stella Weiss-Kreitzi. Welcome, Stella. Thanks for your. I will read it. Thanks for your inspiring talk, Rosemary. Do you also have chart? And if yes, what is its relationship with obsidian?
Thank you for the question. What are the kinds of materials that we would classify as geological together? And so, yes, there are cherts. Actually, it's a very complicated domain of rock types. So we have everything from cherts that are like the ones that you would find in Belize through to compositionally cobbles that range in the single cobble from quartzitic to chert-like. And what flows from the argument that I'm making is that the first thing that I have to do is to understand the means of engagement. And I pointed to color as one of the means of engagement that's central to the relationship, the ontological relationship that ancient Hondurans had to this geological landscape. So that rather than think of it as chert, as the modern category of chert, what I'm thinking of and what we actually pragmatically have is brown rocks that fracture conchoidally. Now, this distinction might seem like it's precious, like I'm making something more difficult than it needs to be. But part of what I think we need to do to change our way of thinking, to try and approximate other ontologies, is to really try to get out of our own comfort zone. So ancient Hondurans in the Alua Valley had access to cobbles that are in these Valle de Angeles beds that are brown and translucent in color, which they worked through a variety of technologies. And that's the second thing that I'm doing. In addition to the color approach, I'm also looking at the means of engagement that people had with materials. So there are gestures or processes that people bring to bear. Crushing, grinding, hitting, burning, a suite of things that become the ways that humans relate to this world of geological substances. And when we look at that, what becomes really interesting is the work that some people have done in Belize, looking at the alteration of cherts through exposure to heat. There's a consistent way of relating to the geological world that Hondurans bring to bear from the earliest materials I'm looking at, which are clay all the way through, which involve crushing, mixing, and heating. And while we think of that as the technology for ceramics, it's also the technology that produces stucco. It's also the technology that produces copper. And it's also technological gestures that are brought to bear on the chert that's in use. So yes, and then that signifies that there's a kind of an ontological understanding that relations with chert can be mediated in some of the same ways as relations, specifically relations with clay and limestone, not so much the relations with obsidian. Those don't involve, as far as I can tell, heating.
Okay. Eleanor Harrison Buck makes an.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I had not thought of that. So what
okay,
Eleanor, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will read it then. Thank you for a great talk. Just okay, excuse me. Just a comment. Your study reminded me of Timothy Knapp's ethnographic study, where he notes materials like dirt, stones, or lithic flakes that are
Constituent parts of the earth.
art are consulted as means of a conflict resolution. Sorry to interrupt you, but we had to read it so that all the participants can follow it.
Reading it, I was just about to do that. Basically, just this is exactly the kind of work that I think needs to be brought to bear here, is the ontological understandings of these materials as active, not inert. And I just want to thank Ellie for the reminder, because I hadn't thought of it in this context. Susan Gillespie has a comment.
Yes, another comment. Yes, she cannot raise her hand, but it's a question on color. Yeah, yes, please go on.
Rosie, I appreciate what you're saying about we have to look at the practices and not just at the appearances of things. But I would kind of like to go back to color, because you also, I know you have this in a book, and you also talked about marble, which tends to be white.
Yes.
And so one of the things that, that I've just realized as of late is that we can't look at colors individual. We have to look at them in pairs or in groups. So white and black form this real pairing, especially in the early formative.
Yes.
Which is replaced in later periods, especially with green and red as another pairing. So I wonder if you had some thoughts on the marble because it's white, and look at some kind of qual sign, or whether you think that we should be looking at these things sort of in pairs or in groupings.
Yeah, so I cut the marble piece out of this because I didn't want to go over. So, but I kept the white and black pottery in as a signifier of the fact that, yes, these color distinctions are boundary making actions phenomenologically. And it's significant that Alua people select the whiter ignimbrites because there are more orange ignimbrites in the same formation, especially at this moment between 1100 and 900 BC. This is the moment of maximal contact with the Gulf Coast Olmec for the Alua Valley. What we see is a white and black dialectic. And in fact, that group of obsidian pebbles that I was showing you was buried in one cache in a platform where a second cache, which is a series of marine shells, white marine shells, were buried. So the two actually are balanced literally in the ritual action. The interesting thing, and I think this is one of the things we have to be careful of, we're always drawing, and especially in some place like Honduras, where the richness of ethnography that exists in the rest of the Maya area can be overwhelming. We're always drawing on strands from elsewhere, but these ontologies are particularistic and historical. So in the Honduran ontology, jade actually gets pushed out by the white-black, and marble continues. And it's only in our early post-classic that greenness comes in. And I am arguing that it comes in not just with jade, there's also green marble vessels are created at that point, but also that is the motivation for the copper metallurgy of early post-classic Honduras, which is distinguished by its use of pure copper, which alters to green. And in most museums, they clean it up to make it look like what copper should look like. And my argument is it was supposed to be green because it's part of the greening of the color spectrum. So that's I think in each place needs to be looked at, but yeah, it's not one color, it's the relationality of colors. And here the interesting thing is that the ignimbrite being, if you will, is white and black.
Okay, thank you for this. Susan, does this are you satisfied? I guess Susan is satisfied. Are you satisfied, Susan? Shall we, do you have something?
Yes, move on.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So we give now the motion to Daniel Grecco.
Yeah.
He also wants to make a comment.
Yes, it's just a commentary. I want to congratulate you, Dr. Joyce, for your amazing presentation, because I think Barrett's theory, it's a very interesting for us to think about the materiality. And I'm happy that you are thinking of relate these ideas to the Mayan studies. I think it's a very important initiative. I still don't have much knowledge of the whole Barrett's theory because I'm still studying, because it's so hard for me to understand of all of the Barrett's theory. But something that interested me a lot is the idea of the objects as a relational phenomena, resulted of a multiple constitution of the object and the person who observes or handles it.
Yeah.
And I think these ideas have an important element to rethink some of the material cultures. So congratulations to think some Barrett's ideas. I think it's very important.
Thank you. Again, the book manuscript, God and COVID Willing, will be done by the end of the summer. But one of the things I can say about the Barad, the agential realism notion, is that what she really emphasizes is the idea that phenomena are created through these processes of boundary making, through cuts, and that this kind of cutting is mutually constitutive of the observer and what's observed. It takes place both through discourse, through language, and through pragmatic material action, both at once, not one after the other. And I think for us as archaeologists in particular, this is extraordinarily liberating. It raises certain specific problems when we're looking at inscriptions or works of art, what we have traditionally called works of art. But it also means that those things are even more consequential, because they're not simply reflections of a reality that was established in some other way. They are reality making. So for me, this grappling with agential realism is critical.
Okay. Are there any other questions, commentaries?
Okay.
If not, then we can do our general discussion. Just
it reminded me that well, but that might be something for general discussion. Okay, that I can.
I mean, you can ask every speaker who delivered the talk today. Then you can make some comments or questions to them.
Okay, and now I have one small announcement. This general discussion will be somehow temporarily limited and somehow not, because it's simply, I just wanted to say that it will last half an hour, like this general discussion that will be streamed to YouTube, but then we can continue, but it won't be streamed, so also we can feel a little bit more relaxed and a little bit
informal,
cordial, I would say.
Liza Lucero is raising her hand.
Hi, thank you, and what an amazing group. I've learned so much, and I have so many thoughts going through my head. So this has been wonderful. But I wanted to get back to some of the things a few people brought up, like Nikolai in the chat, about this issue of dualism, or the lack thereof, or more merged version of dualism. I was just thinking about like blue-green, that's not distinguished, and might that have something to do with like sky earth? And Nikolai had asked in a chat that, you know, this wild versus domestic, and that there are crosses at that serve as boundaries. But again, our Western notions of boundaries are to demarcate what is ours and what is somebody else's. It can still serve as a boundary to distinguish, this is my house lot, and outside it could be a forest or a neighbor, but that acknowledges that somebody else is gardening somewhere else. So the garden spirits, the forest gods kind of thing. So I do think there's a lot more merged stuff going on in our assumptions of this duality might be a bit off. One final thing is human burials and ancestors. You know, when people are buried in homes or palaces, they are considered ancestors. But some fabulous work done by the Chases, and they have 300 burials from tombs to houses, and they have epigraphy, inscriptions, and radiocarbon dates to show that they estimate that only 10% of the people were actually buried in house floors or palace floors. That means that, and also caves, that doesn't add a lot, but that means that 90% of human remains, and I know ethnographically that people bury them in the forest and plant a tree. So orchards could be, so parts of forests could be their versions of cemeteries, since we don't find them archaeologically. So in my discussion of the forest management, this aspect of you know, because souls are recycled, the corporeal beings are still, you know, nutrition for the forest species and for the forest itself. So 90% of human remains likely are given back to the forest to be part of this renewal, this recycling part. So I do think, based on the questions and the discussions and the other papers, it's made me realize that even some of the, I just really think we have to take, really question this aspect of this dualistic aspect that we all, I think, separate too much. And with that, I will hand it over to somebody else.
Now the turn is to Eric Aldana.
Thank you. And well, I really agree with what just Lisa said, that you know, there is not really a division, but it's more like a synthesis of thought, and it's very different to Western philosophy. I'm not Maya descendant, but I grew up kind of near from Maya communities, and I was thinking in a comment that someone said during the symposium, during the presentations, that you know, the separation between the natural and the unnatural or supernatural, right? So I just don't think that Mayas actually think that there is a difference between supernatural and natural. And you know, hear them speak, like modern day communities, of course, hear them speak, it's something very, I don't know, it has some sort of magic, you know, like, for example, when they understand sickness, there's a specific I don't know, ways to refer to sickness, even in Spanish, that is not something like biological or stuff, but it's something very magical. And you know, hearing people speaking today, it's something very, very magical, and that there is an intertwine and very close connection between the real world, I quote that, the real world, and the supernatural world. And I was thinking that I had a friend that he was very depressed some while ago, and his grandma, she said to him that while he was depressed, the flowers stopped blooming, but when he was happy, the flowers started blooming again. And I don't know, she has this very strong connection with the maize plants, and they talk with the plants and all that stuff. So I don't think that there is a disconnection. There is differences, and going back to the actual team, this duality is tough. It's meant to understand that there is differences between one another, but it's actually a synthesis. It's not like a dichotomy, but it's more like a synthesis.
Okay, thank you. And now I must turn the floor to Michael.
Okay. I have one. I would like to thank Rosemary for a wonderful presentation. Many things that are very, very interesting. One of those things is this color coding, and this is something that reminded me. This is gonna be better for general discussion, because why I wanted to ask maybe Ernst if about if there is a color coding of white in the Ismo-Colombian region, and for example, because I have heard from some Amazons that there is a connection between the color white and this primordial place. So maybe Ernst or somebody can also comment on this. And also there's like white connection to the some of the ideas about the souls here in the Maya region. So that would be my question.
Okay, so now the turn is to Rosemary.
It's a question to Ernst Halbmeier.
But Rosemary,
okay.
I don't know whether Ernst is still.
It is.
On last list.
I would love to have people respond to Michael's point first, and then I will keep my hand up if there's time in the general discussion, because it's a different point.
Yeah. So maybe Ernst is wishing to answer to Michael.
Yeah,
Ernst?
If I may provide an answer that is really very helpful, because I think analysis in terms of this color differences are still quite rare for the Istmo-Colombian area. So I'm not really sure. So I think there's not really a profound knowledge. It's just rather impressive. And I know, for example, the stones the Kogi use, there might be a great significance in the colors, and the texture of the stones they use as offerings for the spiritual parents and fathers, for example. That might be important, but I'm not aware of really of works who go in detail into this question of color, despite classical works dealing with gold and the different textures of gold from copper to, there are some things in this respect, but I'm not aware of white. But in Amazonia there are of course cases, for example, if you look at the iconic Yanomami, there are special rituals related with initiation, where they put on these white feathers, in their faces, and so. But I'm actually not really aware of studies who go into details with the question of color, and especially the question of white. So I'm sorry, I can't really provide much more information on that.
Teraz jakby Okay, so I will just maybe then also ask Rosemary, because well, about the the white place in Honduras. Can this have any relation? I guess you might know. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes. About the so-called Ciudad Blanca, which unfortunately in indigenous language doesn't have the word white in it at all. So we have to set that aside. That's a 20th century European thing. But white itself as a category of color is clearly an indigenous category of color for Hondurans, especially Lenca, and is associated with the mountain of ancestors, the ancestral mountain, and the mist that comes out of it. But I think what Ernst is pointing to is really important, which is that both archaeologists and ethnographers have treated geological materials in a kind of what I'm going to call a modernist way. We're all urbanites. For us, it's all just rock. And so we don't do these distinctive things. And what we found with other ethnographic subjects is when we are motivated to ask, we often find that, yes, there's a whole ontology that we haven't come close to. And the one hint of it for rock and its colors and its textures that we have really comes from the Runa, from Quechua speaking people in South America, where we do have these things. We also have some indication in the Southwest US where turquoise and other stone colors are important. So I think it's likely that we haven't asked the question. In terms of the Isthmo-Colombian color thing, I do want to point to a little red article by Mary Helms, who of course produced so many good books, but she also wrote a very important article about the black color of polished wood from the Caribbean. And in her book on pottery from ancient Panama, talks about the color range as well. So she has provided us at least some indication that in the Panamanian region and in the Caribbean region generally, that these kinds of color contrasts in which black and white are part of the color spectrum. So that's part of what we have to do. We have to figure out what the color spectrum is. And this goes to Lisa's comment about blue-green. We're all obsessed about blue-green. Are there distinctions? Do indigenous people use blue for this and green for that? That is so very us, so very European. And what we need to do is start looking at the set of colors that actually are empirically engaged with. In formative Salvador and Honduras, an orange, a chalcedony, is an important color. It might be brown. I would never have looked for it until I started saying to myself, what are the physical properties of the stones that people are using that might have been a basis for them to differentiate some stones from other stones? And that comes from this sort of commitment to an ontological engagement.
Okay, thank you. That was wonderful answer to the question. I think now, okay, so Staszek.
I must now invite Monica Itzel Sosa to give the floor.
I think it was Rosemary.
My actual point, I'll make it very quickly,
Yeah.
and then I'll put my hand down. Way back in this set of discussion, the question was raised about Western philosophy or European philosophy. And I think it's important to remind ourselves that the European philosophical tradition of dualism, the ontology that we're trying to get away from, is only the European philosophical tradition of the last 2 to 3 centuries. And that prior to that, and even within it, Spinoza exists and was an alternative, a monist philosopher. So the dualism that we're trying to disentangle ourselves from is the minority position, even in the European tradition. And as someone who was trained as a medievalist myself, whenever people say European philosophy, I have to say, but not all European philosophy. And so we can seek the roots of this kind of ontological reconfiguration in our own traditions as well. We just have to go back a little deeper.
Yes, you are completely right. We have Husserl, we have phenomenology, which is counter this type of dichotomies. Okay, I would like to invite Monica Itzel Sosa now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, I just wanted to point it out the thing about the colors, because I study ceramics in another region, but I think it's the same all over the continent, because the pigments are very difficult to get. So it is, I think we should study color, because the people from the past try to mix these pigments in order to obtain certain kinds of green or certain kinds of blue. So it was important, it was like tonality important to them. We don't know actually why. We can suppose, like from myths or something, but even they replicate. Well, here in the Occident of Mexico, they replicate like the las cuentas, like the marbles of greenstone with ceramics of a greenish enamel. So I just wanted to comment on that. About books of color, I have known like Diana's Magaloni Kepler studies about the codices and the Zapotec tombs, and they talk about how they changed their formulas in order to obtain the same tonalities, but well, it's supposed that the elements of the formula were also elements of the bundle of the lineage of the kings, no? And it is very interesting for me to hear you all talk about color. I'm passionate about it, and that was my how you say I forgot that. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, so if there is no reply, then we shift to Agnieszka.
Thank you. The first thing I wanted to comment on colors again. I totally agree with Rosemary that we first have to check whether this notion is even relevant in this particular culture, right? So the example you gave was from a name of a place which has a color name in it, but it's English or Spanish name, and it's not the indigenous one, right? So it's not relevant for any study here. And the second thing that I would go to, well, as a linguist, of course, I always turn to language. So, for example, taking into account Berlin and Kay's later color studies, well, just check how many basic color terms there are in a language. Do we discuss something being white in a language when there is no basic color term for white? Well, it's pointless, well, I think, right? If there is no concept of white or red or orange in the language, if there is no word, there is no concept, right? So if there is a concept, a word will appear. So like the first stage for languages is to distinguish between light and dark colors. The third color that appears usually is red. In many languages across the world, they did a huge study. The next one that can appear is green or yellow, right? And for example, in Maya languages, we don't have yet the distinction between green and yellow, right? Maybe one day it will appear. For now, it's just, there is no dualism here. It's simply one conceptual domain, this color, right? If we look at the color spectrum from here to there, it's just this yash, right? Green, blue, that's it, right? And the second point I wanted to make is like, in reference to Susan's talk, the statement that biological death is not equal to social death was kind of, it's very simple, but it was kind of eye-opening to me, and it explains so many things I've been struggling with to understand, because Maya cultures are so different from my own culture, right? So like, it explains for me why they bury people, for example, under the floor of the house, right? Not in a completely separate place, somewhere in a cemetery. They want to have them close by, especially the important members of the family, because they are not dead. They live on, and they still have influence on our lives, so they should be with us, right? And then again, so many phenomena that we discuss are explained by the simple fact that social death is not so fast. It's not as fast as biological death, right? Yeah, thank you.
Can I answer you just to make a quick comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
we still Susan, we still owe you a discussion,
well,
right? So feel free to answer.
The classic reference, if you haven't seen it, is by Robert Hertz, Hertz. I think it's what, 1909, 1908. Rosie will correct me. And it's in a 1960 translation in a book called Death in the Right Hand. So Robert Hertz was a student of Durkheim's, and he wrote two classic essays. One is on the near universal attitudes towards the left hand, but the other one, which is lesser known, is his essay on what he called double obsequies, or the fact that social death takes a much longer time. And that in the process of undertaking a sort of the social death of the deceased, the attitudes of the mourners change towards the deceased. So the practices of social death, the rituals of social death actually change the survivors. And they reposition themselves, and so it is the classic reference, and so I recommend it to anyone. I think Rodney Needham was the translator in the 1960 book Death in the Right Hand, which you can get on the internet. You can get the PDF on the internet. So that's not my work. That is very, very classic in anthropology.
Yeah, thank you for the references. I'll check them out.
We couldn't hear you.
Stanisław?
I was asking whether we can shift now to Ernst.
I think so.
Yes? Okay. Ernst, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a small note and a small question, because I've been asked for the East-Columbian area, and there's some works and some groups. For example, the Uber, there is this book by Anne Osborne, The Four Seasons, and she describes beautifully that different layers of the universe are associated with different colors in this local cosmology. And so I just wonder if there is something like this among the Maya, or in Mesoamerican, and in the ethnographies further north, if it's something more common than it might appear looking from the Eastern Colombian area, because it could also be an interesting aspect in analyzing objects.
Should we answer?
Maybe someone from the audience is willing to answer such a question.
Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So regarding the Aztecs, I mean, you're talking about different layers, right, of the cosmos. And so there is this one source, the Codex Rios, for the Aztecs, and it gives the 13 layers of the sky and so forth. And so they are associated with different elements and different forces, but it's a colonial source and it's one. So, you know, it's just hard to get that kind of information on, and if you did, it wouldn't be universal. It wouldn't be monolithic. It would be very different from one place to another.
So maybe I will interrupt for some while. Some times ago, Christopher Nielsen has discussed the color symbolism of the world directions, and he made a comparison with, because you know that in North America, very many Native Americans also have this association with world directions and different colors. So he made research comparing different ethnic groups with their color symbolism and the world directions. And maybe this work, of course, there is no one system in Aztec or in Maya culture. These colors are somewhat changed, transformed from one system to another system. But anyway, their paper gives a lot of data on this colors. Of course, we have the Berlin and Kent old work on this system, but if we refer to the vertical division, so we really don't know. I mean, we cannot rely on Codex Vaticano A, where we have this vertical division. It was recently questioned that it is borrowing, cultural borrowing from European culture. So possibly we can come back to the topographical notion of the universe and to see different places which are called six sky or five sky, but it doesn't mean that there are five skies below the sixth one. So possible the idea of having 13 different layers, which is so popular among the scholars after Edward Zeller writings, it is an invention of the colonial times. So this is one thing. Yes, Ana Diaz was here, and also our colleague Mikulska were developing this kind of discussion. And I think that another scholar, Cayetan, was also discussing this kind of things. Unfortunately, Ana Diaz has passed away, so we will not have the opportunity to ask her. But this is recently questioned, this kind of a cosmovision of worldview. And I think that we can now skip to Krista Schieber, because Krista wants to combine.
There is a small comment by Alexander. Okay, I will read it just to keep this consistent with our previous. Cardinal directions are assigned colors and vertical placement. We discussed it in the co-authored volume Wild Brightness, a history of ancient Maya color. Also, he continues that unfortunately Ana Diaz is no longer with us to discuss the subject of multiple layers of heavens and underworlds. Okay, I hope. I think that
Krista Schieber, but Krista Schieber raised a hand.
Hello, I just wanted to make a comment about the color white. And as the friend was talking, if the object or the concept does not exist, there is no word for. But in archaeology, we have sometimes the materiality conserved. And so I wanted again to stress out the importance to support all these ethnographic efforts and the luckily now coming up of the importance of how, as Rosemary is using the word apparatus, which apparatus do we use, or we must be conscious through which lens are we looking at the evidence, because our brain is like a lens with a specific color according to our formation. So the evidence is there, and then is the difficulty how to interpret it. But when we have white, it's white. And we have archaeological evidence of white colors in excavations. For example, in mortuary rituals used to paint, for example, figurines as the last act of a very complex ritual. Just to add the topic of the bundle, it results that the figurines themselves were in a bundle. That's why when some parts of the figurines were broken, they were falling off and rolling away. And this is not happening if they are laying directly on a surface. It's like a real bundle, which allowed these kind of post-deposition processes happening. The white color in this funerary context was in the vessel itself, together with other vessels with cinnabar, with hematite, for example, and this was applied to the figurines in the very same act of during the ritual. I will not extend about the meaning of the figurines and the role they were playing in during the funeral, but there is another evidence of white color found in a funerary context as La Reynosa, which was excavated by Héctor Mejía. Both Tacalicabac and Reynosa are located at the South Pacific coast of Guatemala. And it resulted that it's kaolin. This white color is a mineral, and it's if we go back to the Olmec culture, we have the importance of kaolin. And I remember close to Chalcatzingo, there are sources of kaolin, and the exchange of these precious minerals for long distance exchange of products. So the kaolin was traveling long distances all through Mesoamerica because of the meaning of these white colors. And when we were assisting to a current ceremony at Tacalicabac, Arquijab just had lost one of his most close friends. And then there was a little wind coming up, and he was saying, "Oh, my friend is coming to be with us through the wind." And he said, "Well, now he is in the north, in the white place." And I was very astonished to see the association of this color with the place where the ancestors are. And just wanted to add to the concept of the ancestor itself, that there is a wonderful study, but I don't remember who wrote it. I think it was a Mexican researcher who was proposing that the ancestors, the dead person during a certain time, are considered as with the name of as a direct relative, to say so. But after having passed, I don't know which time period, this ancestor becomes part of the generic ancestors. All the ancestors together are transformed or are changed into this concept. And these ancestors are the ones who are invoked in the rituals as you were talking in tough times, it appears that there are a lot of more bundles and so on, because bundles are part of the ritual. The ritual is a very complex system, and the bundle is part of this. So the complexity of all this conception is really beautiful, because it shows that each part of all these belief system and the rituality, which is the tool how to remember. This is just the practicing, as La Catholic people are with their rosario, making their prayers in order. So the remembering, the constant remembering of the ancestor is only guaranteed through practice, through ritual, constant ritual, periodic ritual. And these rituals, including the bundles, are in these different kinds of occasions when you are impulsed, or you are obeying a social order, doing these rituals for dedication, for commemoration, for remember the ancestor 700 years ago, and so on. So the colors, the multidimensionality of all the stuff which is used in rituality has profound meanings. And we have to come together with archaeological data. We have support, as we have seen today, very nice data. The archaeological data can reinforce and can support current ethnographic studies.
Wonderful commentary, and it's also very good, very, very nice. And well, for technical reasons, we will now stop the stream on the YouTube. Not stop this Zoom, but stop the YouTube. So we would like to say goodbye to the viewers on the YouTube, but please stay for the further part of this discussion, and we will stay here on Zoom and continue the discussion. Okay, we would like to thank you, the viewers on the YouTube stream, and the people who are gonna rewatch this broadcast, and we say welcome you. We were happy to be welcoming you for a small Maya meeting here in Warsaw. So thank you for watching, and see you later.
Farewell. Yes, thank you for accompanying us for the last 4 days, and we expect you. We hope that we will see you again in the next Warsaw Maya meeting.
Okay, so now the YouTube can stop.